Welcome to Mr. Podcast with Claude.
And Justin.
We are back after a bit of a hiatus to talk about some Suspiria.
Woo!
Some suspicious Suspiria. Suspiriaing around the block. There's Suspiria here and Suspiria there. So mind your Suspirias. Because Suspiria is Suspiria. So Justin and I are going to be talking about the 1977 original and the new 2018 remake,
non-original,
reimagining, or something, a something,
Suspiria.
Yeah. So, I guess as a bit of a background, Justin, you've seen the original twice. Ever?
I believe so. Yes, that sounds correct.
I've seen it once ever a couple weeks ago. I'd heard about the film.
What?
I know.
Blaspheme.
I was not. I know. All right, Helena Marcos.
What do you mean?
And I had heard about the original and Italian horror and all that kind of stuff. I just never seen it. And then I saw the trailer, the first trailer for the new movie, which had no dialogue in it. It was just images and music, and I thought it was an awesome trailer. I think it's exactly what trailers should be. You know, I hint at the style and the genre with no story. Yeah, no story divulged. Potentially better than the movie. And so I was like, oh man, this looks great. I got to see this new Suspiria, which means I need to see the old Suspiria. So I went and saw the old Suspiria, and I really, really liked it. Classic, crazy horror fantasy, totally up my alley. So we'll be doing a commentary podcast on the original film. But before we do that, we will discuss kind of what we thought, how the new film stacked up to the old one. So I'll throw that to you, Justin. I know you have a thing about.
I have a lot to say
when you saw it.
I want to provide a little bit of context, even though it's not really relevant to much of anything, but I still feel the need to say this, I guess. I'll try to make a long story short. Like, basically, generally speaking, I'm a fan of horror. I like horror. I don't like a lot of actual horror movies, but I like the idea of horror. And so I try to watch it and try to find things to enjoy about it. And, my favorite horror movies are some of my favorite movies, definitely. And like Italian horror is one of those things that I wasn't really familiar with either until the last year or so. I did a sort of general horror rewatch, and the local independent movie theater did a Dario Argento retrospective. And so saw a couple of his movies there, including Suspiria, and then was inspired to watch a couple others, and also to dig into some of the classic giallo type movies, which are sort of like slasher meets whodunit murder mystery. That's kind of the idea. Very, very interesting whole world that I just wasn't familiar with at all. And I think appreciating that world helped me to appreciate what Suspiria does, specifically in that context, since that's the world that it was released into, or created out of. And so I think it made me appreciate it more, when I saw it this time than when I originally saw it, which was, I believe, in the 90s, on a VHS tape. I'm pretty sure that's how I originally watched it. And I didn't really like it at the time. I don't know why. I just remember thinking oh, this is weird. I don't know. And then I just moved on with my life. I didn't really give it much thought. But I really appreciated the style this time. I thought it was very striking and definitely different from the original. And so anyway, when it came to the new one, I was really hoping, we were talking about new movies recently and about how one problem with new movies that I keep having is I just forget about them really quickly. And also it just seems like a lot of new movies these days have a kind of a flat style. I don't know how else to describe it, but something that isn't striking like the original
visual
Suspiria
styles are,
is. Yeah. Even the music too. Like sort of everything about the style is just somehow muted. You know, everybody goes to these like drab colors, and it's just like, I don't know. It gets a bit. I don't necessarily want everyone to just copy what Dario Argento did in the 70s, because he did that already, but it just shows like, to me, how limited a lot of newer movies can be in terms of like, I don't know, there just seems to be a template. And so anyway, they just keep disappointing me, and I was really hoping, because the trailer was pretty good. I was really hoping that the new one would be like really interesting, and hey, it was not uninteresting. I'll give it that.
It was not uninteresting.
It definitely had like elements that I would give some credit to for like breaking out of the mold of like stuff I'll just forget about tomorrow. But because it was memorable in certain ways, I'll give it that. And Tilda Swinton does a lot.
Too much, some might say.
Perhaps too much. Yeah. So that is the thing I really have to say that like totally colored my whole perception of the movie as I watched it. And I think I really have to watch it.
Obviously, spoiler alert, we're going to be spoiling both movies.
Oh yeah, 100% spoilers. Wow, I'm about to spoil the shit out of it. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, get the fuck off this podcast, because man, it's coming.
We're really gonna ruin all of it for you. There's
I don't feel
nothing to listen to if you haven't seen the movies.
I just don't think I can really talk about it if I can't talk about like some of the plot twists, because that's essential to how I experience the movie. So here's what I had in mind, basically. Like, okay, I've seen the original, I can't be spoiled on this movie. So I was actually reading stuff about it, before watching it, which was a mistake, because actually the plot of the new one is different in significant ways from the old one. But I didn't actually read all the details, so I didn't actually catch the major twist that happens at the end. What happened was I ended up totally misinterpreting something I read. So what I read was the credits, and I read that Tilda Swinton was playing 3 parts in the new movie. She's playing Madame Blanc, the sort of trainer, overseer, the character who runs the school that we see.
Yep.
She's also playing Helena Marcos, and she's also playing, which I was like, oh, of course. And she's also the head witch, as we'll meet in the original eventually. And also this like new character. I guess he's kind of in the original, but in a sort of different way. This like psychologist, doctor type character who one of the dancers goes to, and like sort of gets wrapped up in the intrigue. So anyway, I saw this credit, right? Tilda Swinton playing 3 characters. And what I immediately assumed from that was that it was going to turn out that the 3 characters are the same person.
Oh.
And I spent the whole movie thinking, oh yeah, the doctor is really Madame Blanc and also Helena Marcos. And at the end, they're going to reveal like, yes, it was me the whole time. Like
I was so everyone.
Sure. Yeah. I was so sure it was going to be like that, like the thing from Adaptation, like it was basically, because I just thought like, why else would they have? But no, she's just playing their 3 separate roles. So up until the very end, I'm like, wait, but they're all the same person. How can they be in the room together? I got so confused because I thought she was running a long con. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like thinking that the whole time totally threw off.
That's so horrible.
What I was thinking about the movie, and so I just didn't.
Yeah, you watched a different movie.
Yeah, I watched a totally different movie. This crazy Helena conspiracy, and I thought like. Because a weird thing about the original that we're about to see is that like the main villain, who is Helena Marcos, is like off screen almost the whole movie. You barely see her at the end, briefly. And I thought, like, well, that just seems like for a modern audience, like kind of frustrating and anticlimactic. And so, like, of course, they'll just have Tilda Swinton play this character that we see and then reveal that she's actually Helena Marcos.
The audience will feel like the villain was there the whole time.
Exactly. That didn't happen.
So that should teach you not to read about a movie you're going to watch.
Clearly, it was a bad idea. I was like, what could go wrong? It was,
everything.
It was bad decision.
My favorite quote of all time is, "Every expectation is born." I'm sorry. That's not the quote. The quote is, "Every criticism is born of an unmet expectation."
Yeah.
And the reason I like that quote is it basically deals with all facets of life, because everything has to do with what we encounter, what we expect, our reactions to our expectations. So if you're criticizing something, it's because you had an expectation to start with. You know, it's kind of like it takes two to tango, right? So if you didn't like a movie, chances are it's because you had an expectation of what it might be, you know, and even the movie can give you the wrong expectation. And sometimes you get the wrong expectation on purpose. So because of a red herring or because of how the story is being told or whatever. But that's really why I don't like trailers, is because it can really throw off your expectation. Obviously, the other big reason is it just spoils you on what's happening.
Yeah.
But that's why I really, really, really love the Suspiria trailer for the 2018 version, is because it did the most minimal thing it can do, showing you the style and the tone of the film without ruining any of the plot and enticing you, because the trailer should be enticing. That's the whole point. But it shouldn't give away the story. It shouldn't give away too much. And I thought it did a great job. And yeah, I would never go read about a movie I'm going to go watch.
I wouldn't do it normally. It's like, I don't know. I mean, you know, they've remade a lot of old horror movies like Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday the 13th and Texas Chainsaw Massacre, et cetera, et cetera. And like, usually it's, I don't know, there's not much of a risk because, I mean, they basically just like remake the movie. Like, it's the same story. So I just kind of thought, like, it's witches. Like, I know it's witches. I know it's Helena Marcos. Like, what is there to spoil?
Yeah.
You know, of course, there is a huge thing to spoil, but I didn't even read about that. I read like a fake spoiler and misinterpreted it.
That completely colored your entire perception of the story, which is very unfortunate.
I was expecting a twist that never happened, and then when the real twist happened, I got really confused.
Yeah, and you can't even tell if the twist worked because you were expecting a different twist. And so, along the lines of Tilda Swinton playing three characters, I knew instantly from the very first shot of the Doctor that it was Tilda Swinton, and it's only because, as great as an actress as I think she is not a convincing old man. I saw through the makeup. I saw her mannerisms. There's actually a shot later in the movie when he's in bed and she kind of sits up and she does this thing where she kind of opens her mouth or does this weird thing with her mouth. And I'm like, that is so Tilda Swinton. Like, just the movement of her mouth was Tilda Swinton. But like, seriously, from the very first scene, I thought, oh, that's Tilda Swinton, right? Like, and I didn't read anything about the movie. I had no idea about the casting, and I could tell this is an actor playing an old man. This is not an actual old man.
Right.
And so that threw me off the entire film, because I was thinking a similar thing of, now, is she playing this character because they're going to reveal that she is Helena Marcos or she is undercover? So I was towards you.
There's some plot beats where it seemed like it made sense. Like,
I thought, like, okay, is she gonna, or the witch is gonna, or sorry, I had a little glitch there, but I was saying, I knew instantly Tilda Swinton was playing the detective psychologist character. But yeah, I thought a little bit like what you were thinking, that maybe she was playing that for a plot reason, that at some point, you know, they were going to like bring the Tilda out of the guy, you know, like do some witch magic and he'll turn into her or something like that. And it'll all make sense why she was playing him. But of course, if you've seen the movie, that's not what happens at all.
No.
It's just, I don't know why she like, I guess it's just an acting challenge, but she likes playing characters she shouldn't play.
Yeah.
And I you know, that's a nod to her character in Doctor Strange, which I think should have gone to somebody else. But Yeah, that really threw me off. I really didn't appreciate that part of the movie because I was way more enamored with me wondering, am I correct that this man is being played by Tilda Swinton? I was certain of it, but I also couldn't be sure.
Right.
And I couldn't be sure that there wasn't a reason for it. So that took me out of the film a bit. I did not know she was playing Helena Marcos in the end because obviously she's under 1,000 pounds of makeup.
There's a lot going on
and
there.
The character is around for 5 seconds, so
it
didn't even matter.
Like the original.
It didn't even matter that she was playing.
No, it could have been anybody.
Anything, a fucking robot. Monkey in a suit could have done that part with some English voiceover or whatever,
right?
But so that threw me off. I didn't really like that, but okay, so that's your big thing about what threw you off at the movie because of your expectation.
It was kind of a problem. I mean, I wouldn't say it ruined the movie, but it just gave me like weird expectations about what was going to happen, and I was just clearly off base. And then the movie ended, and I was like, oh wait, that thing never happened.
Yeah. Speaking of the ending, did you see the post-credit scene?
No, unfortunately. I had this like vague sense that maybe at the end of the credits they'll finally reveal that it was Helena Marcos the whole time.
I was all the characters, you see.
But yeah, no, I didn't actually stay to see it. I should have.
Okay, I only heard it somebody who worked at the theater mentioned stay after the credits when I was walking out, so I stayed and saw it. But do you know what the scene is?
I read a description of it.
Okay, what did the description say? Because I saw the scene and I don't know what happened.
It said that Susie looks on approvingly at something happening off screen at the school.
That
was the description.
Basically, what it looked like to me, it's a shot of Susie. It looks like she was like almost like posting a sign on a wall. But it's a front shot of her, so you really only see her, and it's almost like I imagine she's putting up a sign saying like, new performance next week, or come to the Marcos School for Girls, or you know what I mean. It came off to me like she's advertising for something. She put something up that will be an advertisement, but all you see is her sort of sinisterly approving of something. But it was so devoid of any meaning that I think it's almost
why even
a review. It's almost a review of the film in and of itself. Because I thought the film lacked a lot of meaning, even though it was chock full of details. But I felt like that's my overall criticism of the new film, is that it had a lot of details that didn't actually add up to anything. Particularly for me, the political plot.
Oh man, that was really weird.
Yeah, I
fit that in.
I saw somebody tweeted before I saw the movie. Somebody said, before you see the new Suspiria, here are the things you need to research. And one of the things,
not those people.
I know. And one of the things,
I have to read every book Sawyer reads on Lost. No,
it's really don't. No.
It's fine.
And one of the things it mentioned was the hijacking of that plane in the 70s, and I did go look that up because I was like, first of all, my response was like, isn't watching the original all I really need to do? If that, like, why do I need to do homework to go watch a movie? But I did go research that flight, and because I thought maybe there was something super interesting about that particular hijacking. And it wasn't. It was just what you would think of any hijacking of a plane by terrorist groups. So I was like, oh, that's weird. So, but anyway, watching the movie, all the political stuff, it was useless. To me, it was completely devoid of any meaning. You could cut out every single reference to the political atmosphere of the film, and it doesn't change the film. At best, it's a mirror to like the political machinations of the witches, of their power struggle, which again, I thought meant nothing. Like, it was completely pointless, and I didn't understand it. Like, it didn't even matter by the end. Tilda Swinton, Madame Blanc, is still alive at the end, and like
I forgot. Yeah, she was somehow still alive. That was weird.
She was somehow still alive, which is strange.
My head's like dangling from my neck. But I'm still here.
it was like the ending to Death Becomes Her, if you've ever
Yes.
seen that movie where
Yes, I have.
they're sort of undead or something. But
Yeah.
like in a comical way. But yeah, I didn't really like the new film. I thought it paled in comparison to the original. Um I like the simplicity of the story in the original. I like the slow descent into this maddening fantasy. The new film, again, it had all these details that I thought did not add to the plot. It didn't make anything interesting. The whole thing with the political angle, I'm ranting at this point, is is the thing with Patricia, the Chloe Grace Moretz character,
Yes.
her from the beginning, like I thought, they kept making references to the idea that she left the school and she went to go be a terrorist. And I thought, okay, well, if they connect that to the news footage that we're seeing about this current political climate, then that'll make sense. But that's not actually what happened. She was captive at the school the whole time.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'd love to talk to somebody.
It was a lie, I guess.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to someone who saw the film and really liked the details about this. What do they call it? The German Autumn, I guess it's called, or something like that.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, I to me it was like it was just completely pointless. Like it did nothing. The film got nothing from it. It was just, let's cut to what's happening politically now. It could have been any news of the day. I thought, like, it didn't add anything, and even like the school being next to the wall, the was interesting. But again, it was just like set dressing. It was just decoration. And I think that's my biggest complaint with the film is like all of the things we're supposed to find interesting are really boring decoration.
Mm-hmm.
And the film itself, was not that interesting to look at, which is sad because the original film is so visually appealing.
Yeah.
One of the reviews I read, said, from This Is the Time review said, this is the end of the review. It could all be okay maybe if the director and cinematographer and production designer had chosen a more vibrant color palette. While it's their right to rethink Argento's vision as they like, does anyone really want to see a beige Suspiria? and that goes exactly to your point about modern films having this dull visual palette.
Yeah.
And also the music. I saw the original John Wick movie for the first time the other night. I kind of avoided it because I started watching it one day and I didn't really get into it. But I watched it and it's fine. It's not that interesting. I don't know what the hype is about. Yeah. But I was listening to the music and I'm like, why is all action music the same? All action music is the same sounds and it's all good. It's all the same level of goodness, right? Like, seriously, like I commend the composers. I like the music, but you couldn't like you play at the score, the action music score from John Wick. I couldn't tell you it was any different than any other action movie. I can't pinpoint how it's different or more interesting. And I feel like the visual style of a lot of movies these days is the same way, where it's just super boring and flat and just completely uninteresting. And like the original movie being such a visual masterpiece, like I don't know. There's this weird mandate, I feel like, where when you remake an original movie, and if you read, there's an article where the writer of the new movie explains the ending, and they talk about the ideas of bringing in the political climate of Germany in the 70s and all that kind of stuff, and that being completely different than the original Suspiria, where the film is encapsulated, right? It takes place sort of within these walls of the school, and the outside world doesn't really penetrate those walls, right? And you see that they saw the difference. They saw that there was a different angle, and they go, because this angle is different than original, we'll do that.
Right.
And I always feel like people who do remakes always fall into that trap where they say, how do I do something different than the original? Oh, here's a different way to do it. And that different way is almost the worst way. It's almost by default
it's like
the
one
way
of the things
not
that
to
was
do
good
it.
About the original.
Exactly. Let's hey, this thing was great in the original. Let's do the opposite because it's different. And it's really like, well, therefore the movie won't be as good because you're
Yeah.
not doing, it's like, hey, let's remake the Wizard of Oz, but it wasn't a dream after all. It's all
Right.
real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that might be interesting in a way, and that might be motivation for the creative team to tell the story, but like it's gonna fall flat,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll let you talk now.
No, hey, you got a lot to say. I was trying to keep track of what you were saying so I could like throw in some things. So on the political stuff, like I totally agree. I think that was like shoehorned in. It is interesting how the original movie was actually like they chose to do the remake as a period piece, set in 1977, the same year the original came out, which is kind of surprised. It surprised me, I guess. It's not something they normally do with remakes. And at the same time, in the original, even though it was made at the time when those things are happening, there's really no acknowledgement of the Berlin Wall. There's no acknowledgement of any current political events. It is totally insulated, like you said. Like you would never know that anything like that was happening. Of course, why would you? It's not really relevant to the story. It's just
exactly.
Sort of like, it's just like I get the desire to incorporate like color from the time period, but if it doesn't add anything to the story, like, so why didn't they include it in the original? Like, think about that for a second. It's just sort of weird, and they didn't really come up with a way to make it matter. They tried and gestured at it, but didn't really follow through, and it ended up just being a red herring anyway. So yeah, total waste of time. 100% agree on that. I think one thing that you didn't mention that like really stood out to me, and there's even a quote about it on the Wikipedia page from the writer, was these scenes that they had a few scenes, like sometimes it was just voiceover, and other times we would actually see them just like the witches, like just casually sitting around the dinner table, like having a kind of blasé conversation about like, who should lead or what they're going to do with X, Y, or Z student or whatever.
Yeah.
And like, it just really put into perspective like why the original was effective, because we don't see stuff like that. You know, until the very end, like you get even the faintest hint of like the level of conspiracy and stuff going on, and it just made it seem so like boring.
I mean, there's witches like, being witches. Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. They somehow made witches really boring.
Yeah.
And here's the thing that was unfortunate for my viewing experience. So I saw this film at the Alamo Drafthouse. I've really come to appreciate seeing movies there. They take a lot of great deal in how they present films, and they curate a lot of interesting stuff. And I really love getting served food and beer while I'm watching a movie. It's a great experience. Yeah. But the thing I was actually really upset with is the let me see. There was two things before the movie started that really bugged me. So the first was this is before the film starts.
Okay.
I forgot exactly how it played out, but I think it was like it was so at the Alamo Draft, they make this big deal about when the movie starts, no talking, we'll throw you out if you talk or text and anything like that. And they usually do like a comical, like little vignette of like some old weird movie, and they all, like they had a character getting like stabbed a bunch of times, like really over melodramatic, and it's like, hey, if you talk or text, we'll stab you. They'll do something like that.
Yeah.
But this one,
stuff like that.
Yeah, but this one was about like witches, and it literally was like, if you talk or text, Madame Blanc will put a spell on you. And I thought, well, if I had never seen this movie and I didn't know it was about witches, you just spoiled me. So I'm like, I'm like, that's kind of sucky, all right. If I was just a person who's like, oh, I want to see a movie. What's this Suspiria? I'll go watch this. Now you just ruined the movie for me. Okay, that's strike one. Strike two was the director of the new film, Guadagnino, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce it. Yeah, the G man. Like, he comes on, and then he basically says, Madame Blanc and the witches will get you. And I'm like, wow, even the director is spoiling it for me. I'm really upset now, Okay, now that being said, the opening scene of the movie, they start talking about witches.
That's what I was just going to say. It's not like the original where you don't know there's anything to do with witches until Act 3.
And I guess my point is, like, that's a sucky part of the movie. I don't think it works to tell us up front that the villains are witches, even though the whole movie is upfront about the fact that they're witches. And I think
it shows too much, I think.
It shows too much, and I guess it's because they expect us to know that from the original. Right. So they decide, well, why hide it from the audience?
Right.
And I think the reason you hide it from the audience is because it's better storytelling.
It's more interesting. Exactly. Yeah, so the quote from the writer was, horror often loses me when it starts to no longer regard real people in a real world. So I said I'll take a practical approach, and I would want to know how this would happen, how it would work, what the hierarchy of the coven would be, all those practical questions that normally aren't maybe of interest in the typical horror film. And I'm thinking, there's a reason that those are of interest.
Yeah. It's like, oh God, it's the same people who want to know why Michael Myers kills.
That's what I was gonna say. That's in general about it's horror in general. Like that's why they don't do that stuff, because the new movies that do that, the more you shine a light on a thing, the less scary it is.
The whole point of horror is about the unknown. That's the whole reason it's scary, is because it's coming from a place of the unknown. The more you know about the horror, the less horrific it is.
Yeah.
That's why darkness is scary, because we don't know what's in there. When you turn the lights on, we know what's there. It's not scary. It's just like Jeepers Creepers, our classic, example. That movie's great until you see the creature, and then you understand what it's capable of.
That wing flaps out, and it's like, the movie's over.
Oh, great. Oh, he's got wings. Oh, who cares? Oh, that's just makeup and prosthetics. Exactly. And I thought the new film started off completely wrong.
It was
first of all, it was the wrong to start to they're witch. I think they're witch. And then I think you can't have it both ways. You can't start the movie assuming the audience knows the original, knows that the villains are witches. Start the movie with a character in distress saying, I think the school I was at is full of witches, and then have the detective character say, it's not really witches. Like, huh? Like, you can't, like, we can't, you know what I mean? Like, it would work if we thought there was any way that there might not be witches, that it could be all in her head. His explanation that, and I did love the nuance that, like, that the idea that she's describing them as witches, but it's really a cover for some other criminal activity. I thought that was a very interesting, like, logical way to take what she was, like, from a psychologist standpoint, right? She's putting this like framework around it, but really, but he's not discounting that something bad is happening, right? He's not saying, oh, she claims they're witches don't exist, therefore she's making it up. He's saying, no, she claims there's witches don't exist, but it's masking some other criminal activity. I thought that was a very interesting point to make, and from his point of view, that I thought really worked. But from the audience's standpoint, he's got to be on the other side of the argument, right? It is the argument being they're witches or they're not witches. But you can't have the movie tell us they're witches. You can't have the director, before the movie even start, tell us they're witches, and then me to believe that this guy has any leg to stand on with. Because to me, he's just wrong the whole time. You just
know he's wrong
and now I'm just waiting for him to realize he's wrong.
Yeah,
and a better movie would have played those two sides a little bit more evenly. And again, you're right. Like, the original, we know something is strange is going on. We don't trust the teachers, but we don't cut to these shots of them, like, being weirdos the whole time. Like, there were so many shots of the teachers being, like, witch-like, right? Like, the students are dancing, and you cut to one of the teachers just staring at them. And it's just like, why are you being such a witch? Like, be normal in public, Jesus Christ, And then I'm like, do all the kids know that they're witches? Because you guys are acting like witches. Like maybe they just know they're witches and they're fine with them being witches because they're good dance teachers.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so I don't know, that really was bad to me too.
Yeah, and I think just the casualness of those like dinner scenes just threw me off because there was just no atmosphere there. And what it made me think of is like, to compare it to something like The Shining. Like I try to imagine, like, what if The Shining had scenes where they would just cut to like the ghosts having like a casual dinner and talking about how like they really want to get like Danny, and so they're gonna
that's
like,
the best.
Like,
and then they go, no, we shouldn't worry about Danny, we should worry about Jack. Like he's the one who no, we should, like the infighting between the ghosts on the best way to like haunt them or whatever.
That's what it was like. And it's like, was that The Shining you want to see? Like that?
Yeah.
Like I would not want to see this guy's version. Like it's just terrible. Yeah. And basically, I thought about it and I enjoyed it, for the record. But basically, like something like this happens in American Horror Story season 1. It's about a haunted house with ghosts in it, and you basically see the ghosts like fighting with each other, talking about what they're gonna do. I mean, I enjoyed the show. It's not scary. It's just really not.
It's not. Well, why would it be? They're having practical discussions around the kitchen table.
Exactly. Yeah. And so it's death for horror. And it's like, why are you doing a horror movie if you're not interested in the things that make horror work? Like, it's bizarre. Like, you just want to make
weird. I swear, it's a weird
casual, thing. Like, sort of. Like
intellectual diatribe about
sort of like neo-realist movie about witches or something.
Yeah.
What is that?
Like some sort of like what's it called? A House of Cards for witches or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like House of Cards meets like All the President's Men.
Yeah, like that could be interesting. That's not what I want to see in Suspiria.
No. Not at all.
If you
make a new movie for that.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to do that, go make a new thing about that.
Yeah, I would way rather see that.
And then it can be its own thing and be interesting on its own way.
Yeah, making that Suspiria is definitely the problem. Like, I think it would have bothered me a lot less if they had just turned it into like a new project and just ditched all the tie-ins, because the tie-ins don't work like at all. And maybe if they changed it enough, like it could become, because I do think there are elements that are interesting of the story, but it's just not. Yeah, it doesn't work for Suspiria at all. It's and all the comparisons like just are kind of frustrating, except for the plot. Like they did have more plot, and especially for the main character, like there's a bigger twist there than you have in the original. So I get that they're trying to add things to the story. I appreciate that, but on the other hand, well, there you go.
Yeah.
The Suspiria.
Yeah, there's my Suspiria, or Suspirium, I guess.
Suspirium, yes.
The singular. So let's talk about the ending, because to me the ending is the worst part of the movie.
Which aspect?
The reveal that Susie is Suspiria.
It's Suspiriorium, yeah.
Suspirioriarium.
Yeah, get your Latin books ready, kids.
Yeah, right. I don't even know what to call her, but
Suspiriorium. I can't say it right. Suspiriorum. There we go.
Suspiriorum.
I always want to say Superiorum because it's mother. Anyway.
Oh, okay.
Like I want to say Mother Superior, but it's not that.
Yeah, no, anyway. It's not. I did not appreciate the reveal that she was Suspiria all along. Like that.
So why not?
But because to me, it's a Deus Ex Machina. Like to me, there wasn't enough build up. Now I was reading some articles that was explaining the sort of little setup pieces for us to understand that along the way, that even reading I don't quite buy, but I just to me it belies what the story is, right? If the story is this innocent young woman is who wants to be a dancer comes to this school that she's drawn to, and she's captivated by this power of dance that she learns at this school, and then discovers, the power comes at a price because these witches want something from her, which, by the way, before I saw the movie, I told you that's what I had expected the movie would be, right? Remember when I said that? That like after seeing the original Suspiria, I was surprised that the witches in the original movie didn't actually want Susie.
Right.
That they just were like, she's in our way, let's kill her. And to me, I like that because it's counterintuitive. And I was like, I bet that's what the new movie does, and that's exactly what the new movie does. Because it's the obvious thing to do. But I just didn't. To me, if that's the story of this innocent girl coming along, and we're supposed to buy into that, at the end of the movie, for her to take off a mask and goes, "It was me all along, Suspiria, the character you didn't even know was in the story, and you didn't even know had any impact on this world." I mean, you know what I mean? Like she could have been anybody at this point. You know what I mean? Like, I guess that's what I didn't like, is that it's an easy move to make. That and they, to me, there were no consequences. Not there were no consequences, but there were no like repercussions in terms of how the story led up to that. You know what I mean? And if she was undercover the whole time, and now maybe the distinction is, now if you told me she didn't know she was Suspiria,
that's the big question, I think.
Okay,
they don't really answer.
Yeah.
Did she know the whole time or not?
That's what I don't like. I don't like the idea that she knew the whole time and she was pretending for the audience's sake, to be surprised or to be scared or to be whatever in these moments that we would expect of an innocent protagonist. I took the ending to be that she was Suspiria the whole time. And because there's a point at which in the movie, I was reading this article that was talking about how we are supposed to know she's Suspiria the whole time. In retrospect, there's a point at which she's up and she says, "I know who I am." Now I forget where that comes into the movie, but I know it's pretty early. And that's supposed to be the idea that she knows she's Suspiria, whatever. But if that's, I guess there's levels of the thing I don't like. The worst version is she's Suspiria the whole time and it was just a ruse and she was playing a game and it was all for the audience's sake that she was pretending. I hate that the most. If she didn't know she was Suspiria the whole time and she only realized it later, I still don't like it because the effect is basically the same.
Right.
I didn't really, and I didn't think that they set up the right political fight, right? Because I thought it was weird to me that, okay, you're setting up this dichotomy between, do we follow Blanc or do we follow Marcos?
Yeah.
But then you have this thing where Marcos claims that she's one of the three mothers, being Suspiria, Tears, and Death, I guess, or the three.
Darkness, I think.
Darkness, yeah.
Yeah.
And okay, but like Blanc doesn't think she's one of the mothers. So I was just confused on how that's supposed to work. But then you tell me, okay, everyone's going after Marcos, and I guess they're going for her because they think she's Suspiria. I don't know. And then at the end of the movie, you told me she's not even Suspiria. Like, she's not even one of the three mothers. So I don't know. All of that was for that to be the point of the movie. Like the political like machinations of all these characters. Like for that to be the point, yet to be so blurry, I think is a fault of the movie. And yeah, I just didn't like that whole Deus Ex Machina feel of, oh yeah, by the way, she's the one we should have been worried about the whole time, and she's just going to kill the people who wanted to follow Marcos. But why? Like, why did they kill the people who followed Marcos? Like, is it because Marcos was lying that she was Suspiria? And that's the thing, like, it was only secondhand that we heard that Marcos thought she was Suspiria, right? Like, she was one of the three mothers. It's not like Marcos only comes in at the end, so it's hard to do. But like, it's not like that was built up in her head so much to where when we get the reveal that she's not, that it has a real impact. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's weird to have the biggest part of the movie be predicated on this very small, thin layer like intrigue that the movie has second, third hand told us.
Yeah.
That to me came off weird. And then the whole thing of the creature that she summons, which I read that it's supposed to be her familiar, which I thought,
is that what that is?
Well, according to this person who wrote something online, that's their interpretation.
Okay.
I thought
the Wikipedia page calls it death.
I thought that was death, and I thought it was basically two of the three mothers had arisen. You know, death was there, Suspiria was there, and tears was to follow or something. But I thought that was the idea that it was that was Suspiria was Susie Bannon, and then death was there, and then the third one was MIA or something. That's what I thought was happening, but this article said that she summoned her familiar to do that, which I was like, okay. And then when Susie opens her chest and we see, and this person called it a mouth that looked like a vagina. I thought it was like supposed to be her heart, but I couldn't tell why we were seeing it and what it meant. Yeah. And this person said that it wailed and sighed, and I go, okay, Suspiria means sighs. Okay, get it. Like I didn't catch that from the movie.
I didn't either, but okay.
Right. I mean, to me, that's such a failure of a film, right? To have this huge character have this huge reveal that literally is the title of the movie, and you can't accurately communicate to me that this is this visually grotesque in a complimentary way image is the personification of your character's
very Videodrome in a way.
Yeah, very Videodrome. But like it's a cool idea, right? Like that wasn't in the original at all. But this sort of like visual representation of what the word Suspiria means, and the sort of representation of her evil witchness is interesting. But I didn't get that from watching the movie. I got that from somebody else's interpretation.
I didn't get that at all because I didn't even read the interpretation. So that's new to me.
Yeah, so that thing in her chest was...
I thought that thing was a waste of time. Like, why did they even do that?
I completely thought it was a waste of time.
To me, CGI is like always questionable in horror. I feel like it doesn't usually come off very well. And that moment just was a bit spoiled for me by my awareness.
I mean, I thought it was
how CGI was.
I thought it was supposed to reveal to us that Suspiria was inside of Susie's body, which came across to me, but I didn't understand.
But I got that without the. I don't know. Yeah, it didn't seem like it really mattered for any concrete reason. So
it was weird to me. The ending is also bad to me because the whole point of the movie is that Marcos needs a new body to go into. Yeah. Somehow, and they're doing this whole dance ritual thing to make it work. Yet somehow Suspiria, who we didn't know was a character, needed a body at some point too, I guess, and somehow was in Susie's body, and I don't know when. Like, was it always in her body, and that's why her mother sort of hated her whole life or whatever?
It seemed like they were implying that, but
it's all an implication. The same way they imply the political plot lines are important, right? They didn't convince us it was important; they just imply it's important.
Yeah.
And I think also in terms of the casting, I believe that the person playing the death familiar creature is also the woman who plays her mother. I believe I read that.
Oh, I saw that too. Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah. Which again, it's like
page now. It says
it's like it's like why?
Why? Yeah, do something with that.
Yeah. To me, casting doesn't matter if it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You can quote me on that.
I agree. Do so, like, it's a strange thing to just do for no reason.
Yeah. If I can't tell that's the same actress playing the mother from watching the movie, then it doesn't matter who's playing the mother at all.
Yeah, why bother?
You just took a job away from another actor.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, in this economy.
Right?
Hand out those jobs. What are you doing?
Yeah, so that's a lot of reasons.
Coal miner needs a.
Yeah, now listen. I guess I'll talk about the things I did like about the movie, since I've talked about a bunch of stuff I didn't like.
Sure.
I thought some of the dancing was good. I thought
way more dancing than the original.
So much more dancing. Oh, that's the other thing I didn't actually like. That the Alamo Drafthouse did. Sorry, I was gonna say good things, but the other bad thing I didn't like about the preamble to the movie was they had this little documentary style thing that they were playing, where they were talking about the dance influences that the movie uses. So they were showing shots of dancing from the original choreographer that they are that inspired the dancing for the new movie. And to me, I didn't want to watch that. I want to see the movie, be enamored by the artistry, and then I want to go understand the origin. I don't want you to tell me the origin before I see what I'm even gonna see, because then when I see it, I go, "Oh, here's that dance move that the movie told me was gonna be in the movie." Like that bothers me. That bothers me so much.
Yeah, it's a bad idea. That should be after.
Like, totally. And I love that part of the experience that you're giving me this knowledge, but show it to me after, which they can't because they want you to leave the theater.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the awkwardness. But yeah, I went to see Halloween when they re-released it actually last year. And they played the version they played had about a 15-minute interview with John Carpenter, like tacked on to the beginning. And like, hey, it was fine. I mean, I don't really have any complaints about the interview, but I was like, I don't really want to watch this before the movie.
No, because you're basically you're telling me, hey, here's 15 minutes convincing you the movie's not real.
Yeah, exactly.
Reinforcing the idea that what you're about to see is complete fiction.
We were just a bunch of kids. We didn't know what we were doing. We swept the leaves. Donald Pleasance didn't think we were a real crew.
Oh man,
it's like all this stuff.
Yeah, like that's not what you want when you go watch a movie. You don't want all that in your head. Like it's so weird to who thinks to do
distracting. Yeah, it was bad. Just play the fucking movie. That's what we're here to see.
Yeah,
we'll get the Blu-ray and we can watch these interviews.
Exactly. You're not doing me any favors. Now, when I saw the new Halloween, the 2018 Halloween, they played. They did this like montage showing you the famous clips of the Halloweens throughout the years and famous moments and all that kind of stuff. And I thought that was completely fine because who cares about being spoiled about the sequels? And if you haven't seen them, you haven't seen them. Who cares? Like, we know Michael Myers. We know Jamie Lee Curtis. We get it. Like, that was completely fine. But
I think that makes sense for a remake. Yeah, not a remake, but a kind of continuation.
Yeah, exactly.
After so long, and something that has all this history and like reminding you of that, especially if you haven't seen the 8 sequels or however many. Like, I certainly haven't. So, and I think I'm sure a lot of people haven't. More people have seen the original than like the middle one. So anyway, that makes sense to me. I think there are ways to do stuff like that, but definitely just having things that are like, here's some things that are in the movie, and let's show or talk about them now. Like, don't do that.
Yeah.
Because that wasn't clips from the movie or talking about the movie. It was old stuff.
Yeah.
And I think it's weird. It's too bad.
Yeah, it is too bad. There was one thing I wanted to mention from a review that I thought really summed up what I thought of the movie. Let me find it if I can find it. Oh, I was gonna say good things I liked. I thought the acting was very good.
Yeah.
I thought the characters were really well done. In general, I thought the acting was good. I thought the cinematography was very lacking. I guess that's the only good thing I have to say about the movie. Was the acting was good. I like the attempt at the going more giallo with having the detective story actually be really a part of the story.
Right.
I wish it wasn't Tilda Swinton, and I wish I didn't know going into it that they were witches.
Yeah. I just wish they had gone for like a horror movie or made something that wasn't Suspiria. One of those two would have worked better for me, because there were I don't know, the plot was like kind of interesting, but I do agree it's a little bit lacking in detail. And I was gonna ask about one specific scene. So like early on, I believe it's when Susie like first arrives and she shows up and like the previous lead has that was the Chloe Grace Moretz character. Like, she's disappeared supposedly for. I mean, we find out that they're doing. I'm not really sure what with her in the basement, but something harvesting
this
her
article.
energy.
This article I read said that her and the other girl who was down there were failed attempts to get Marcos into their bodies. Which was not what I thought was happening at the time. I thought they were just being tortured and held captive because they couldn't leave.
Why hold if it failed? Like, what are they doing there? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just like this is the broom closet. Like, we don't know what to do with them, so we'll just throw them here. Like, I had the impression there was some extra element, but then I couldn't tell what it was, so I can't really confirm that that's true or not. Anyway, so she shows up. Susie shows up. Like, hey, let's dance or whatever. And the second attempt of having a lead like sort of collapses, and so anyway, she ends up taking sort of auditioning for the lead part or whatever, and while she's doing the moves, the other one is like taken to this other room,
the glass room,
and as Susie's doing the moves, her body is twisting around in response somehow, and like right before Susie starts dancing, Tilda Swinton like touches her hands, and like I really had the impression, and of course at the time I'm thinking that's Helen Marcos, so I'm 100% sure that she just cast a spell and she's the reason why the other one is twisting around like that. But once we get to the later reveals, I'm like, so what was happening there?
Well, so
I got confused.
From the movie itself, the witches talk about that scene, and they say that Susie's very powerful, and that she intuited our intentions so deeply that she's the reason why Patricia, or whatever her name was, got brutally tortured that way. Was that
they said
Susie,
that.
They said that, that Susie intuited their intentions against, or their ill will against her, and sort of transferred that energy into her being tortured. So that's okay. So when we see Madame Blanc, I always want to say La Blanc to make it more French. When they see Blanc, she touches her hands and her feet, and we see little CGI light sort of stay on them a little bit, like the idea that she infused Susie with power. Now listen, if Susie is Suspiria, I don't know what you just did, honey, because she's more powerful than you are. Whatever, like, I don't get it. See, that's why I don't like these kind of stories, because I don't get it. But yeah, I guess that's the thing I didn't really. What I liked about that sequence was I hadn't seen anything like that before. The idea
I agree. It was pretty effective.
And the idea of this is what you get when you combine dancing and witchcraft. Like, to me, that completely made sense. This like voodoo quality of controlling somebody's body. And that's actually what I wanted from the idea of Suspiria, the idea of a witches at a dance school. To me, that's what I want, is the idea of the power behind dance. And the idea of, witches channeling human energy through ritualistic behavior, like dancing,
which is the origin of dancing.
Exactly. So I thought that was super effective. They only did it once in the movie, which was weird. But I'm like, maybe you can't shoot that gun more than once, But yeah, to me it was, and the fact that she stayed alive, right?
Crazy.
These tortures don't kill them.
I was sure that no one dies really until like the very end.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, and that's more horrific. I applaud them. It's more horrific to stay alive through that torture than for your neck to snap and you're dead. But again, it crosses into that death becomes her territory, where it's it can be comical in a weird
point.
But so I don't know if I answered your question or not, and I don't know what else to say about that. I don't know what really happened,
well as you could, I think.
But the witches do say that Susie intuited or understood their intentions, and that's
they say that in one of the like dinner conversations, or
exactly.
I kept tuning out because there was something so dull about those scenes.
It was very dull.
I had a hard time paying attention because I was just taken aback by like, are they seriously showing us the witches like casually sharing bread and like it's just like, what is this?
And and I get, and to me, like, I'm like, okay, it's a modern coven. I guess this is what a modern coven looks like, which I'm like, I can't fault them because I don't know what else a modern coven.
Right.
It's in the 70s, but you know, a
modern-ish,
like, like okay, fine. But to me, what I didn't like was how boring they depicted a modern coven, right? Like, it's fine to show witches being witches together in their normal lives when they're not witching it up. But like it was just boring, and I didn't really appreciate like the token black witch. Like it was just weird to me that there's just one because there's just one. And I didn't understand the crazy witch who like looked like Thelma from Scooby-Doo. Like she had like the big glasses, and
she
then
kills herself abruptly.
And I don't know why she did that.
It wasn't clear. They didn't tell us.
Yeah, and that's the thing I do not abide in films, even though some of my favorite filmmakers do this, but they get away with it because they do it right, which is, and I didn't mean that to be a pun, which is, not witches.
Oh, no.
I know, right? Which space is, you can't not say witches. This is what it sounds like. The thing I don't like is when a film doesn't answer a certain question and that's supposed to be interesting. You know, so why did she kill herself is not really answered, and that's supposed to be interesting, I guess.
Right.
I don't know. I don't buy it. Yeah, I don't.
Just like the question of when did Susie know that she was Mother Suspiriorum? It's like it's. I feel like that question has potential to be interesting, but I'm not sure that the movie really convinced me that it was an interesting question. It was really just something that occurred as an afterthought after the movie.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I don't know if they're trying to tell us that Suspiria, which I'm just gonna call it Suspiria. I know in the movie it's Suspirium, and then then later you see a Suspiriorium or something. I think.
Yeah. Suspiriorum, I think.
Suspiriorum.
Anyway,
so I'm just gonna say Suspiria. So
go for it.
I don't know if we're supposed to believe that the Suspiria as one of the three mother witches, who they did do a little line of exposition where the idea of these three witches existed before, you know, even the Bible, before biblical times, like they're sort of predate all of that, which is I think is interesting.
Yeah, it's like the Vampire Bible from True Blood.
And now it's less interesting.
Sorry, that's what it reminded me of.
It literally just went down a notch because you're completely right. Yeah, Jesus was a vampire, right? That's why he came back after 3 days.
Everybody knows that. So.
Everybody knows that. It's looking now. What was I gonna say? The idea. Okay, so I don't know if the film was trying to tell us that, you know, the embodiment or the soul of Suspiria was without a body at some point in the past and was reborn through Susie. And so as soon as Susie was born, she had Suspiria within her, which is why her mother was weird towards her the whole time. And this idea that Susie grew up and she was drawn towards Berlin in this school. And it wasn't until she danced and was around the witches to where she fully realized, until even Suspiria herself came into full awakening, right? Like, that's interesting. That's not what the movie convinced me is happening.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's supposed to be the plot, or if the plot is Susie was born a normal child and had normal childlike desires, human normal desires and interest in her body and all those kinds of things the film hints at, and that because the mother was super conservative religiously and culturally and socially, she's found all that stuff to be abhorrent and pushed Susie away, and along the way somehow Suspiria took over Susie's body. Like I just don't know when it happened.
Right.
And to me that seems important, since the plot of the movie is about making a witch go into her body. That's the plot of the movie.
Yeah. No, that's a good point.
So how do you pull out this Deus Ex Machina of, oh no, the big bad witch is not only a major character in this story, by the way, but also did the thing all the other villains are trying to do.
Right.
Like, too late, you can't have this body. I already got it.
Right.
Like, it's just weird to me, and it didn't really land for all the reasons I've been ranting about, you know.
Yeah.
And honestly, the reason I'm ranting and have emotion is because those ideas are interesting and because it could have been really cool and good.
Yeah. It's the kind of thing when you talk about it, you could imagine an interesting version of the story. I feel like it's weird, like now thinking about how they tell it, the story, that some things are kind of too boring and very much like shown to us directly in a very flat way. But then something like that where the plot hinges on it because they want to make it a surprise reveal, it actually just kind of comes out of nowhere and feels like it wasn't properly set up or established. It's almost like if you're going to go all the way with that, you might as well just tell us the story of Susie and be upfront about it, that she has these like mysterious like powers or something, like as she's growing up and feels drawn to this place, and you know, let us gradually go with her on the journey instead of just suddenly like, oh yeah, hey, I'm Suspiria, like what?
Yeah.
Like it was, you know, like we didn't get to go on the journey because they wanted to surprise the audience. And I think like the cost of that is like it didn't matter as much because we're not invested in that journey.
Yes, exactly. You know? We're not invested. That's the key word.
Like it could have been a more interesting. It wouldn't have been scary, but I think the story might have landed better if they
or even
on that more.
Even if they would have said, you know, like winter is coming, right? Like Suspiria is coming, the mother is returning. And Helena Marcos is convinced she's Suspiria, and if she can get into a new body, she will become, you know, if you were telling us by the end of the movie Suspiria is coming and they're misdirecting us into thinking it's Helena Marcos. And then they reveal it's Susie. Well, at least I was invested in this idea that Suspiria was coming.
They didn't even set that
up. When she shows up, I go, oh, okay. But they didn't even set that up at all. So when she shows up, I go, well, why do I care? I didn't even know she was invited to the party.
That wasn't even what was at stake.
If I didn't see her name written on the wall or wherever they show it, I wouldn't have even known that was a character, you know?
Right. Yeah. No, that's a good point. Yeah, that would be a way to do it as a twist, but still provide the setup that you need to make it work and make the audience care.
Yeah, and all the flashbacks with the mother was weird. You know, in the original film, Helena Marcos is characterized by having a very specific snoring pattern. And what I thought was interesting was the mother, Susie's mother in the film, because she's sick and dying at a certain point, has a weird snoring, breathing pattern.
Right.
And I thought that was supposed to be some sort of connection.
So did I.
Suspiria.
I was trying to figure out how she was also Tilda Swinton.
It's right. It's the one movie where everyone's Tilda Swinton. Yeah, it's so weird. But again, like, I don't know what we're supposed to take from that. You know, like, is that supposed to mean anything? Is that just a small callback to the original? Like, I don't even know. But I want to read this thing from the New Yorker review of the movie.
Oh yeah. I've
the
seen
title.
That.
Yeah, this is what I think about the movie. Can I get to the top here? They're showing me something weird. Let me close this. It said the title is Luca Guadagnino's Suspiria is a cinematic equivalent of designer Che t-shirt, and I thought that was pretty accurate. But the end of the article is, I want to read this because I think this sums up the entire film for me. For all the new movie's talking points, any random shot of Jessica Harper in Argentino Suspiria, the original, has more vitality, presence, and resonance than even the most dramatic ones by the new guy of Dakota Johnson, the new
Luca G.
Luca G. Not because of an indifference in talent between the actresses. Sorry, not because of a difference in talent between the actresses, but because Argento sees Harper. G-Man is so busy directing a movie about women in the abstract, witchcraft in the abstract, dance in the abstract, terrorism in the abstract, the Holocaust in the abstract, Berlin and Germany in the abstract, that he doesn't see the people, the places, the characters he's filming. His camera sees nothing. And I thought, yeah, that's exactly right. I wouldn't have ever put it in these terms, but that's exactly right. Everything was in the abstract. The politics was in the abstract.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
all the idea of these things.
Yeah, the Holocaust stuff. We didn't even talk about that. I was really surprised they threw in.
Oh
the
my
Holocaust.
God, I forgot about the whole plot line. And can I listen? Were you, first of all, thank you for putting Jessica Harper in the movie. It was nice to see her.
Sure, sure.
But did you for once think he found her miraculously?
Nope.
I mean, come on. As soon as she showed up, I'm like, she's a witch.
Yeah, it's a ruse.
It just doesn't make any sense. And I didn't even understand, like, why in a story about Susie Bannion, whatever, going to this
I think
school,
they changed it. Am I wrong? Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
I think it's the same, but maybe it's similar for sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I've been misreading it. It's Bannion. I really thought it was Bannon. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, it's Bannion. It's an I in there. I didn't understand why in this movie where she's the protagonist, are we following this third, really tertiary character who they try to push on us? Why are we following this idea of his regret about his wife and the Holocaust?
Because he's secretly Helena Marcos. Like, that's what I was thinking the whole time.
Right? I mean, you have to be thinking it relates to something. Because why are we invested in this character at all? And even the shots of him, like, walking and, I'm such an old man.
Right.
Look at me being so old.
Yeah, it's all an act. I knew it.
It's Tilda Swinton, people. It's Tilda Swinton. And it's great. And I did see a review that said, as great as an actor she is, you can't not see her playing an old man. Like, that's just what she was doing.
I think the makeup was good. I'll give him credit for that, but
I saw it through the makeup. I mean, it was very, very good.
I've seen a lot of attempts to do that, even just like not someone trying to do like a gender thing or whatever, but just playing old, where it was less convincing than that.
Yeah, there was like 3% in the makeup I could, because the foundation of her face is her face.
You can see that.
Like, you can see that, yeah. And that's the thing that caught when I'm like, I think that's Tilda Swinton, and I kept scrutinizing it, and I'm like, I can see her face in this guy's face, and that's how I knew. You don't do that normally. You don't see an actor and go, I see another actor's face in here, like,
right. Exactly.
But yeah, I thought the Holocaust subplot was really a complete waste of time.
And it was weird that they kind of end on that, showing the heart on the, it was like, really? Like, wait, that was important?
He dies, I guess, and then...
Did he die? Is that what...
Well, there's new people living in his house, right? Wasn't
his house? I thought that was a different house.
No, because the house with the heart was his house. That was he and his wife's house.
Yeah, back in the day, but that wasn't where he was currently living.
No, that's where he was currently living. Because in the first shot of him coming home, he stops at that heart and puts his hand on the heart and then goes into his house.
Oh, he was still living there.
He was still living there.
Okay.
Yeah. He was still. I agree. I think that his office was weird because, like, there was a housekeeper there the whole time.
Okay,
and it seemed like he was living there. I think those are two separate places.
Okay.
I don't know. Listen, I honestly don't know. I assumed it was his house.
Okay.
Because he went there, he put his hand over the heart in the beginning.
Yeah, I thought he was just like holding on to it and he would visit there, but he didn't actually live there.
I think he went inside a couple times. We saw him at that place. And then at the end of the movie,
Okay. All right.
At the end of the movie, when I think he's dead, because like Susie,
I thought he just had his memory erased. Anyway,
well, same difference, right?
Okay.
He's effectively dead as a character.
Sure.
And so, yeah, she takes his memory or whatever, the pain away or whatever, which was weird.
Yeah.
But then but they cut to the house and we see other people in the house. But yeah, they come back to it as if like we just. Like the whole movie was a love story about these Holocaust survival victims.
Yeah.
And that's not what the story was about.
Not remotely. That's like a C plot in terms of like the
Yeah.
movie. It's very strange too.
Yeah.
His present day stuff like mattered more than that. I mean, I don't know.
I appreciated like Suspiria / Susie coming to him. First of all, I appreciated her not like killing him for no reason, because there was no reason to kill him.
Right.
And I appreciated like the idea of somebody seeing something horrific and just like surviving it, you know what I mean? And the witches just letting him leave, and he just gets to experience this horror, and now he's got to deal with it. Like, that's interesting.
Yeah.
But then she comes to him, and I also like that she gave him the sort of objective answer about what happened to his wife, the mystery he never really could solve. Now, how she knows this?
Because she's a witch.
Because she's a witch. Witches know it all, bitch.
Witches just know everything. Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know either. But it was weird. But taking his memory away was also strange.
Yeah.
Because did she take away his knowledge of his wife too? Like, I didn't know what she took away. Really.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's weird. I didn't think about the practicality. What would he remember?
Neither did the filmmakers.
Oops. It's weird because the writer was all about the practical. Like,
yeah.
You would think that would be like more focused, but yeah. It kind of. I mean, this is going to be a bit weird. It kind of reminded me of like the new man in charge.
From Lost. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, sort of like now that she's in charge of the school, they're running things differently, and so she's sort of like cleaning up the messes.
Yeah.
Left behind, and so like Helena was going to do whatever with him, but she sort of like tries to repair the damage, and she also like lets Chloe Grace Moretz and the other one like die, instead of just sitting there and I don't know, wasting away or whatever they were doing.
She could have, healed them, but I guess that was too much to ask.
Yeah. Maybe she couldn't or whatever. They asked to die. She let him die. At least the idea was like, it's better than what we had before.
Sure.
So that's sort of how it seemed to me. Like, oh, there's a new sheriff in town. Like, things will be different now. You can come to the witch dance school and like we won't torture you or whatever.
Yeah. Well, they were only torturing it as a means to an end, and now that end is gone. They weren't torturing just for torture's sake.
That's true.
That's
true. Yeah, and I guess that's why I thought like, yeah, the judgment of the Marcosites was a bit unclear for that reason. Like, did she think that their methods were inappropriate? Like, what is she gonna do when she needs a new body? Like, well, is there a better way? Is there a different way? Were they doing the wrong thing? Was she a fraud? Was she like Ben?
I think that's what I took as the major offense, is that she claimed to be Suspiria, a reincarnate or something, and she wasn't, and therefore she had to be killed. But I don't understand why the Marcosites have to be killed. I didn't understand that at all, because again, it wasn't Suspiria versus Marcos. It was Blanc versus Marcos.
Right.
And they actually voted for Marcos because Marcos said she was Suspiria. So in a way, the Marcosites are the ones who believed in Suspiria. Right. So now the film is really falling apart.
Yeah, that starts to make it seem really strange. Yeah, and I wasn't sure if that was it a moral judgment about what they were doing in her leadership, or was it just you're lying, you're opposed to me?
The Blancs were doing the same thing the Marcoses were doing in terms of trying to get her a new body. So I don't know why they would be any better.
Yeah.
See, that to me, that's I just can't abide by that. I can't abide a major plot point not making any sense. That the end of the movie, you don't understand why the character did something. Like, to me, like, if that's the whole point of the movie, you're going to tell me all of this intrigue about the political, I'm voting this way and I'm voting that way, and it's this power struggle. And at the end, we don't even understand how the struggle was resolved or why. I don't get that. And the other thing too, like, they could have told us that it was the political struggle within the coven was somehow influencing the political struggle in Germany. How fucking interesting would that have been? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, they're holding this girl hostage the same way the terrorists are holding these people hostage.
Right.
Germany is split between East and West the same way the witches are split between Blanc and Marcos. And listen, maybe that's what we're supposed to take out of it, but I just made that up. You know what I mean?
They didn't really.
They didn't tell us that that's what's happening, and that would have been the same way like Susie's dancing and being infused with power was able to influence the physical world, by torturing and breaking the bones of the girl in the glass room. That could have been the parallel of the witches and their coven influencing the political powers around the world and in Germany in particular. Like, that would have been super interesting. And the idea that Suspiria is going to come in and put a stop to this infighting, which we could then assume, if they had set it up correctly, would lead to the end of the fighting in Germany. End of the Cold War ended because Suspiria ended the Coven's fighting, right? Like, that would have been the easy explanation of something like that. Like, that's super interesting, and I hope someday somebody makes a movie where that's true, because I'd love to watch a movie about witches influencing things politically, with their power. Like, that's super interesting, and the movie has those elements but didn't actually make those connections be true.
Yeah, sort of like Macbeth, I guess. Classic version. That makes sense to me. I could see I'm surprised they didn't try to do that, because it seems like they have the have the raw ingredients for that to work, and they just didn't bother to.
It's like
take it over the finish line.
It's like they led a horse to water, but they didn't let it drink.
Yeah. No, I think that definitely would have worked better.
All right, so you want to go watch the good version of Suspiria?
Yeah, let's remind ourselves what you can do with really simplicity.
What simplicity and understanding what horror is, and not what you want horror to be. And
I will say, I think I wanted to say something about what you said about the fact that something is unanswered is supposed to be interesting. Because I do agree that, and that's actually something I want to understand better, because I think there is some kind of art to that, because sometimes it is super interesting when they don't answer a question. Other times it just seems like artificial intrigue, because I don't a lot of times I just don't even care about the answer.
There's an uncanny valley there.
The question. Yeah, exactly.
And that's what I was saying earlier when I mentioned that, is a lot of my favorite directors and writers do that. David Lynch and Lost,
definitely.
Right? There's an art to doing that, but it works when that is intentional to me. It works when it's a part of understanding the story. It doesn't work when it's the story not caring about that detail, or the creators not caring about that detail, or not understanding that that's a question the audience is going to have, and that's the other big thing great filmmakers have, is they understand the questions that the audience is going to have, and then they choose which of those questions they're going to answer. And I think if you watch Suspiria and the new one, and you don't know why Susie is Suspiria, that's bad. That's because that's the whole point of the movie. I was Suspiria the whole time. Were you? Well, I don't know. Was
I? Yeah. I'm just, as explainy as the movie was, I'm just surprised they didn't have a scene where they kind of spelled that out. It's just, I don't know. It's a bit odd, but it's not intriguing enough to make the movie retroactively.
And is it
interesting on that point?
Was Susie's power intrigue to the witches the whole time because she was Suspiria? Is that why?
Right. I feel like maybe we're supposed to think that.
Yeah, and if so, how come the witches didn't know?
But they didn't really seem to.
They couldn't feel the power of the goddamn mother. Like,
yeah, that seems
know?
really suspicious. It's just like, oh, she's just like a good dancer or something.
And I guess it goes in the in the category of us thinking retroactively that this is why Susie's Suspiria the whole time, but I didn't understand why Susie wasn't afraid of certain things.
Yes.
You know, when Madame Blanc is like, I've been sending you dreams.
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah, thanks. I'm cool with that.
No one ever admits that, by the way. I was really surprised. Like,
no one admits what?
That they're sending dreams. It's so rare. I mean, unless you're talking Freddy Krueger, like I have not seen very many stories. Like there's so many horror stories where characters have nightmares, and it's implied that they're being sent from a certain source, but usually they don't literally have that person.
Me.
Like, yeah, it's me. I did it. Hey, I sent you that dream.
You get those dreams I sent?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, in this movie, it is like matter of fact, so I guess it sort of fits, but it's also like, it would caught me off guard because no one ever admits that. You know, Lost is the famous example where it's like he would never admit he was sending dreams,
no.
Even though like that must be what was happening, right? But like, you know, you don't get confirmation on that. Instead of just like, no, yeah, I just nightly I send them all these dreams. Yeah, that's cool. Like, what? Really?
Yeah,
why? It's strange. She wasn't freaked out by it. She wasn't freaked out by a lot of things she saw. And I actually thought like, oh, this is just like bad, like, you know, they do this in horror stories sometimes where like characters don't, for practical reasons, like characters don't react the way they really should.
Yeah, you know? Yeah. Well, and I thought they had some. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I kind of, that's how I kind of took it at the time, like before the reveal. You know, I was just like, oh, that's just like the artificial nature of horror movies sometimes. Like,
yeah, because she needs to do this thing, so they just make her do this thing.
Exactly.
I actually thought they had some cover with it because Patricia's character earlier says, or I think her name is Patricia.
Chloe Grace
or one of the. Yeah, but not her. The other character.
Oh, Sarah, maybe the British.
Maybe
one?
It was Sarah. Yeah.
Yeah,
but I forgot one of the two characters. Either Sarah was saying this about Patricia, or Patricia said it herself. I think Patricia says it early, right? That she says they came inside me, they were trying to get inside me, and I wanted them inside me.
Oh, I was going to ask about that. Sorry, you reminded me. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so later when Susie says that, she tells Sarah like, do you feel this thing when you're dancing, like somebody, like it feels like what it's like to have sex? So this idea of a power penetrating you, right?
Yeah,
it's kind of what they're hinting at, and the idea of the witch's power infiltrating them, right? But the idea that that's seductive and it's different and it's new, and even though you might be scared of it, you want it a little bit, and you open yourself up to that. So I thought that's kind of would have been the cover for Susie to not have the typical response to some of this horrific stuff, is because she's under their spell, to put it in an obvious way. Like the more she, and I thought it would be, and they didn't really kind of do this because they're playing this game where she's Suspiria, but I thought it would be, she's not that great of a dancer in the beginning, but she's got innate talent. More than that, she's a great vessel for Marco, so that's why she'll stick around. The more she dances and the more the witches influence her, the better dancer she becomes. The more she gets drunk off of power, and the more she ignores the signs that they're using her, and that the things are scary and she should run away. I thought that would have been clearer. Yeah, but I think it's muddled by the fact that she's Suspiria too.
Yeah.
So I thought that would have been the perfect cover for her not to be afraid of certain things, because she's more interested in the power and the accolade she's getting because she's becoming such a great dancer, you know. But they didn't quite do that. And there were times where I'm like, yeah, you should be afraid here, and you're not, and I don't know why.
Right. Yeah, I was going to ask about a specific thing that Patricia says, which is like, they took my urine. you know,
Yep.
and then we see this scene where Susie like
Yep.
pees into a cup and they take it
It was
and it's
something else too. Urine and what
was there
else?
another
Oh,
was there
hair. It was
yeah,
hair.
hairs
Yeah,
yeah.
and they cut her hair. Yeah.
So was there another like line I missed about why they're doing
Nope.
that?
Nope.
Like what why include that?
Nope.
I was just like at the end like okay, so what were they doing with the
I
urine?
I thought when she said that and when they showed it happening to Susie, I thought, even though they didn't actually say this, I thought the ostensible answer was like drug testing, right? Like
So
this is what
practical.
well, like this is
Love it.
what the teachers are telling the girls we're doing this for, right?
Oh yeah. That's the
Yeah.
cover story.
That's the cover story.
Yeah.
And then I thought the witches were really doing it for a ritualistic thing to
Yeah.
like for the body, for the transference of Marcos into the body. Like we need your hair and we need your urine,
Right.
but they didn't do anything with
I
it.
didn't really say that mattered for
Yeah.
that, as far as I know. And so
To me,
then
that's
like they
the
just got like a room full of like urine cups. Like what are they
see,
doing?
that's I feel like that's the movie in a nutshell, man. Like that's the flaw with the movie over and over and over and over again. The political angle, the jar of urine, the like
Yeah.
all that stuff it comes from, to me, the same problem of the movie where it's all these details that don't mean anything.
Yeah. Yeah, and that don't really have anything to grasp onto to make them interesting
Yeah.
to sort of speculate about or what have you. Like,
The witch
yeah,
killing herself, great, that's interesting. What does
yeah,
it mean? Nothing. Okay, then why am I looking at it?
yeah. There's yeah, there's like shots of her looking, I don't know what, concerned, upset. I didn't even really know. I don't think she even had lines.
No, and then they tried to stop her as if that it was it was almost like she was being held captive. They needed her alive. She
Mhm.
didn't want to go along with the plan. But she couldn't kill herself because they wouldn't let her, and she found an
Right.
opportunity to do it because she wanted out.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the point, but the movie didn't tell us that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't know. I maybe they didn't have time with everything else. It is also strange. Like the new movie was like over 2 hour, comfortably over 2 hours long. You
Hmm.
know, and yet it seems like I don't know. It seems like they did so many things, and yet it was still rushed.
Yeah,
Like
because they
you
had too
know,
many things. They had a whole subplot about the detective and his wife that didn't matter. It didn't matter if she got out
right,
of Germany in time.
right, yeah,
His whole, the reason you have subplots like that is to say something about the main plot, right?
yeah,
Whatever would have happened to the final reveal about his wife should have said something about the main plot. His or the idea that he lost a woman in his life that he really cared about, and he did not, and maybe this is what they were going for, and it just was
there you go. You're
subliminal.
doing the work again.
I'm so doing the work. It's so taxing. Let me solve it for them. So maybe the idea is, he lost this woman in his life at one point, and he never figured out what became of her, and now this is happening again with Patricia, this
Yeah,
woman that's under his care, and she disappears, and he doesn't understand why. So that's why
right.
he's got to figure it out. Like that could work if you make that important, if you tie those things together. And I'm a fan of saying what things are in movies, right? I'm a fan of like the housekeeper lady that the old guy has saying, "You're obsessed with Patricia the same way you're obsessed with your wife." Fuck it, just
Mhm.
say it.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
just tell
yeah.
us what it is. Like, don't have these things that are like half interesting, languishing in this corner and languishing in that corner. And it's
Right.
just like,
Like cups of urine.
decorate like cups of urine. A cup of urine here and a cup of urine there and a pile of hair on the floor there. And like, it's just like, it's this accoutrement, of just like, it's just this decoration. And that's what I don't like when movies, especially like arty movies like this, where they're
Yeah.
just filled with decoration and
Yeah.
it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah. I like that's the thing. I was very hopeful because it did seem like they're making a horror movie, but they're trying to do something interesting. Like a lot of horror
Mhm.
movies are fairly cheap and not particularly well thought out and just kind of produced because they have a built-in audience. And, that's why a lot of horror movies are not very good. I appreciate the fact that they seem to be making an effort. And again, like that's kind of for newer movies, like, that's kind of like all I can hope for these days. Like, at least they tried.
I will give them that. They did try something.
Yeah. It was definitely an attempt to do something that had potential to be interesting, and elements of it were sort of interesting in the actual movie. And I do appreciate that. I just I think it's, part of it is personal taste, and part of it I think is just the basic sort of elements of how you should structure a story, or the basic elements of how like visual style works or whatever, like, that aren't there. And then just the fact that I just find 70s style in general more compelling, and specifically like this movie, the way it was done is unique. I mean, even for the 70s.
The fact that the school didn't have any red anywhere, I thought was insulting. Like,
that's crazy.
If you don't want to make the outside walls red, okay, I get it. But like, you should call back to the original somehow, and they didn't even do that. What was super strange to me was one of the scariest shots in the movie should not have been scary. Like, it's actually in the trailer. It's the shot when they put the witches have that little sickle, that little sharp wishbone kind of looking thing. And there's a shot in the trailer, of course, it's in the movie, where they set it on this table, and the table has like this glass top, and it looks like there's blood underneath the glass. It's just like this red design, and it's this close-up shot of the sickle knife thing, like just rattling a bit after they set it down. And I love that shot. But when you get to it in the movie, you realize it's in his office.
Yeah,
and it's him setting it down or something. Yeah, but then it begs the question: why does that table look so scary? Why does it look like a bloody table?
Right.
I'm confused. Like, this is a table in his office. Why is it so scary? But
it was a casual scene.
It was such a. It's like we should leave this here so they don't find you with it.
Yeah.
And I didn't even understand why the witches use those anyway. But again, I think it's just it's just decoration. There's no real practical reason for them to have to drag bodies out using that, as opposed to picking a body up with your hands or something. It didn't ugh. But I agree with you. 70s version is much better, is way more visually appealing. And I think overall it's just so much better.
Story manages to be more interesting in a way by telling us less about what's happening behind the scenes. And also, I think it's a little easier for the audience because the main character is as clueless as we are about what's happening. And so we can kind of identify with that a little better than Mother Superiorium.
Again, it begs the question, if she's Suspiria, why was she in America? Why was Suspiria born to an Amish woman in America? And the story and the whole coven's in Germany? Like, huh?
Yeah, that's weird. There's I don't know.
All right, you want to get into the commentary for?
I think we should do that.
The original. All right,
that sounds like a good idea to me.
All right, everybody, get your players ready if you're going to sync up with this for Suspiria 1977. And as you will probably know, you can view the movie with an Italian dub or with an English dub. And there's ways that it's bad either way. There's no perfect way to watch this film because of various practicalities of how the film was made. But we're going to watch the English dub because most of the characters are speaking English, even if it's not them speaking English we're listening to in the English dub.
Exactly.
Fun times. All right, you ready?
I am.
All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Salvatore dentro presente. My Italian.
Excellent.
Got some drums here. This main theme that plays during the credits sequence is really good. I want to point that out. I do really like the music.
Yeah, it's good.
I would like to see how close the melody is to the Halloween theme. There's some similarities there, I hear, but I'm not a super music person, so I can't tell what I'm hearing that's similar. But
yeah, you know, I thought that also about the Exorcist music. Oh, I love this voiceover. It's so weird.
This voiceover is so strange. Why give us this exposition that we're gonna get later in the movie? But you know, it's ominous in a way, and it makes it feel like a fairy tale. You know, it's like somebody saying a long time ago in a world, land far away.
Right. And I love this thing that she arrives at, like, whatever it was.
I love
local time, like, something.
I love that the time we see, like, it's like the time he says she arrives is like 5 minutes after the arrival time of the plane, which makes sense because like, you know, like 10:40, right? And he said 10:45 or something.
Right.
So like the 5 minutes it took them to deboard, because I was paying attention to that. I was like, let me see if this is accurate. And I love that. So already this is a better shot than any shot in the new Suspiria.
Yeah.
Like, the colors, the people, the style, it's already better.
Yeah. I really like this back and forth, like, switching perspectives thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is really well done.
And I don't know why this is scary. I don't know what.
It's a bizarre scene to try to.
Someone walked outside. Oh no!
Yeah, it really shouldn't be that scary.
This also reminds me of the beginning of Mulholland Drive.
Definitely. Oh shit! I didn't even think about that. Yeah. She arrives at the airport right at the beginning, and it's scary too.
Yeah, we were talking off podcast about some things in this movie that we think David Lynch might have been influenced by. And that's one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I love the, like, weird bass notes.
Yeah.
Like, what is that?
Oh. Can you get out in the rain and get wet and help me with my bags? Oh, you can't? Okay.
Okay. Fine. It's fine. Yeah. Susie won't complain.
No, Susie will just do it herself.
I got this.
Like, everything just looks interesting. The colors, you know what I mean? Like, look at the red and the blue, and like,
it's really bright.
It's just already visually interesting. Like 1 minute in.
I really like this detail that she can't pronounce the street name properly, the way the taxi driver can understand, and just has to show him a paper. Like, that's actually like quite realistic.
Yep.
That's the kind of thing that you usually don't see.
Yep.
In a movie. Ooh, churning water. Why was that scary?
I don't know, but it's great. Like red rain, like green rain.
Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff with lights.
Yeah. Yeah, I just feel like the new one didn't even try to do anything like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the implication is it started like this when you arrived.
Right. Yeah, because you're superiorium. Yeah, this is such a fairy tale thing here. This like haunted forest.
Yeah.
Sort of artificial, but still creepy.
Yeah, and you had that woman in the airport, the woman in red, Red Riding Hood kind of thing happening.
Yeah, definitely.
And then this shot.
Oh man, the building is so much better.
It's so much better.
Oh my god, that's such a crazy way to have a building look.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like openly hostile.
But not, you would not go into this building. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not like, gosh, fangs on it. You know what I mean?
No. It's just the red is so intense.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and this is love this.
Yeah. It's great that she arrives just as this is happening.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, well, anyway.
Hello? Susie Banyan. I just got here from New York.
I don't know you, go away.
Don't you? This also reminds me of Lost Highway. The whole thing at the intercom, and then we'll come back to it later to tell us like what was really happening here.
Right, a mysterious because we don't see who's on the other end of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh. Oh man,
there's a lot of Lynch influences here, I think.
Wow.
And I love this idea of like her coming to this place and then getting shunned away.
She can't
and
go
now
in.
She just has to leave.
Yeah, that's so strange.
It's so weird.
You never see that.
And then seeing the girl in the woods and
running through the woods. Yeah, that's creepy. Like that's weird. Like
the
what?
music, the music is certainly helping the vibe.
Like she's just wandering through the woods right now. Okay.
And it's not like stop and help her, give her a ride. It's like
no. Like, well, that's her problem.
Yeah.
I gotta find somewhere to be.
And this idea too of like we started with Susie, and first of all, what is this?
Yeah.
M.C. Escher called and he wants his house back. Like,
yeah,
this isn't even the school.
Yeah. No, this is just a regular building.
It's just another building.
It's just how places look.
And it's got that red pyramid on it.
Yeah. Even for the elevator, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. They went all in when they designed that place.
All this blue. But what I love is like we started with one character who couldn't even get into the building, and now we go to this completely other character for a while.
Yeah. It's a weird transition.
Yeah.
That's not it. I don't give a damn about being kicked out. Well then.
And this thing of, starting the story with a character who knows the prime mystery.
Yeah. Yeah. But she's not going to say witches right now.
No. She could, and it would be a worse movie for it.
Exactly. That's why when she said that in that first scene, I was like, yeah, that's a bad call.
That's a bad call.
Like, don't do that.
Like, he should have figured it out with her journals because he was going to do that kind of investigation anyway.
Yeah.
She didn't have to tell him that.
Exactly. Yeah. It was just like, yeah, just stop talking.
Oh, look at the wall. It has Escher stuff on. That's literal Escher stuff.
Oh, that's real. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Right. I never got them.
So it probably was an influence on the design of the set.
Mm-hmm. He was German too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that probably makes sense.
That's a good point.
The wind. The windows burst open. I got scared. No.
And this like sighing, I guess, or this whispering.
Oh, is that
cool.
Suspiriums?
I don't know. But the idea that the dialogue is there's nothing to worry about, but we hear there's something to worry about.
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell.
Haunting rock music. This is not rock music.
No, I would not call this rock music. Yeah, it's weird. There's like a clothesline here. I guess that's part of how they're gonna do this shot.
Yeah, I love whatever instrument that is playing bass.
Yeah. Yeah, this is so elaborate for just like a one-off set. Like, I'm really surprised how much effort they put into this.
Yep.
Definitely, like, scary thing through the clothesline is classic. I don't know if I've seen an earlier version. Like, it's in It, it's in Halloween. I guess Halloween would have been, like, within a year of this.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Like, the way it blows in the wind and can mask things, but you can still kind of see.
Yeah, and the thing I love about this shot is we have this sense of security that, she's on the second floor.
Right,
You know,
yeah.
what could really happen
And there's
here?
normalcy there by having the clothesline, so it just seems like, how bad can it be?
Yeah.
What's gonna happen? The window's locked. It's an upper floor.
Yeah.
Is there something there? I remember.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say this was great. You can't tell if we're
I couldn't
are we
even
seeing
tell.
a face or not.
Yeah.
And this doesn't help.
No, that actually makes it worse. Don't do that.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, what is it? What is it? I don't even know what that's supposed to be.
Right? Some hairy
And then it's a
arm.
hairy arm guy.
Yeah.
Like, what? Hairy arm guy had those eyes?
Yeah, I guess so.
So this is where it becomes more like Giallo.
And this is what I love is he's in the reverse shot, he's not there.
Right.
Oh, well, that was weird. His hand was man, that was
He's there, but on the other side somehow?
Yeah.
I don't even understand what just happened.
And now I don't know where she is.
Yeah,
now.
where did she get on the roof somehow?
Some sort of balcony? And how was she outside of her building?
Did she get pulled out of the window?
Wasn't she banging on the bathroom door and now she's banging on the outside of the apartment?
That was the bathroom
weird.
door?
A,
Oh, you're right. It's outside. Oh, I guess they're in separate apartments.
no, she was in her bathroom at first.
Oh.
And now he's like a wolf man. Yeah, I guess he's got pulled to the roof for this thing.
Yeah. I remember thinking, like, this is a lot of stabbing.
It is a lot of stab.
And then it goes so far as, like,
Yep.
let's do the beating heart stab.
Yeah.
Which is, like, really over the top. Oh, this is that scene.
Yeah.
I thought this happened later.
That's the other thing I found interesting about this murder is how elaborate it is, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
Like, why not just
seem
kill
like it
her?
needs to be.
Like,
Yeah.
why is it so? It's like it's sending a message or something. But
Yeah. Yeah. For
and I love that blood pattern. It looks like it's on purpose. Like,
Yeah.
it's like a Rorschach test.
It really is. Oh, right, and it killed the other one too. I forgot
killed
about
her,
that.
too. Yep.
Forgot about that. I was really surprised by that.
I think she blinked.
What?
Yeah, I had to rewind it to see where she was and how this made any sense. But yeah. And then we cut to this.
Oh God! Right, this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
The building doesn't look as red now.
No, in the light of day, it seems faded.
Almost inviting.
Almost. Yeah, the movie's already very strange structurally. Like,
Yep.
it's weird to start with that and then go to this, and we haven't rejoined the main character yet.
Nope.
Like,
And if it wasn't for the fact that the voiceover started talking about Susie, we might not even.
yeah, maybe that's why they put it in. Okay, and then she walks in. All right.
She's here.
There we go.
And he closed the door because he couldn't see her.
Yeah, yeah. Dog didn't help.
One of the things I loved about the new Suspiria movie was early on when Susie's getting ready to dance and she's sitting under that sign that says something about the school, and all the letters are crazy on the board, like in this weird spiral pattern. That's one of the best shots of the movie.
Yeah.
You wrote us that. Right. I did arrive last night about 10 o'clock, but the door was locked, and somebody on the call box said they didn't know who I was and couldn't let me in.
Who said that to you?
I don't know. She didn't say.
I love it. They don't even know who it is, or they're acting like they don't know who it was.
So, welcome to our academy. I'm Miss Tanner, one of the instructors.
So it's weird to me because isn't she basically Miss Blanc in the new one?
Apparently not.
She was a very famous ballerina.
Oh, is she Blanc in the new one?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Our new student. Oh yes. Pretty. Very pretty indeed. There, Felicia.
I knew a woman called Banyan years ago in New York. Carol Banyan.
She's my aunt.
Good. She's a marvelous woman, a friend and benefactress of artists everywhere. I'm delighted to have her niece here. Well, I offer you our academy.
That's the other difference in the new movie. It's an all-girls school.
Right.
And this one, there's guys there.
Albert, please wait for me upstairs.
Oh, Albert.
Oh,
You're
Albert.
weird.
Yeah.
He's my nephew. I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
Something terrible, truly horrible has happened. One of our students, Pat Hinkle, who was expelled just yesterday for improper conduct, was murdered last night by some madman. It's a frightening story. But I always warn our students, don't I, Miss Tanner? I tell them to be careful, not to get involved in questionable friendships. Now, what I wanted to tell you is that your room here isn't free yet.
It's a great shot.
Just a slight hint.
Yes, but don't worry. We've already found you a place to stay with one of our third-year students who lives in town. You'll have to pay 50 of your American dollars a week. But it's a good price, and you can deduct...
And this is a weird part of the plot too. I think people would cut out. It's such a encumbrance.
Yeah.
Because she eventually comes back to stay at the school.
Right.
She really is an invaluable teacher. I do tell her that.
Come with me.
What was that? I'll see you later. What does that mean?
Yeah. See you soon.
As you know, our courses last 3 years, and you must pass an exam at the end of each year.
So, the girl left the school about 11 o'clock in the evening.
That's my information.
Excuse me. When I got here last night about 11 o'clock, I saw a girl leaving the school.
Yeah.
She's a new student. She just arrived. What did she look like?
Well, she had blonde hair and was wearing a brown raincoat.
What did she do?
I don't know. I only saw her for a minute in the middle of a storm.
Wandering
Walking through the woods. Yeah.
Coming. We don't teach her how to dance here because we presume that our students already know how to do that. This is an established academy dedicated to specializing. This is Pavlos, our general.
I wish I could see this guy's arms.
He's really ugly. Can't understand you anyway. He speaks only Romanian.
Romanian.
You see that gorgeous smile? He's felt very handsome ever since he got those false teeth. Last year, he discovered he had gingivitis of the gums. So he had all his teeth pulled. The top row one morning, the bottom row a day later. And bang!
Where are we going?
To the locker room. We also have a swimming pool, which you can use when you want.
Miss Tanner, I have something to tell you.
Who said that? Shut up!
That's enough of these little games for the moment. I want to introduce Susie Banyan, our new student. You'll find several fellow Americans among these girls. Miriam, for one.
Hello. Hi.
Your locker is over there. You'll find everything in there except shoes. For today, you can borrow shoes from someone who has 2 pairs.
That sounds easy.
I'll be waiting for all of you in the red room. Come with me.
Not the Red Room.
I was just gonna say that's the third David Lynch connection. He's like, Red Room sounds good to me.
Love it.
Dr. Hurry is going to file her report.
My name is Olga, and you're my tenant.
Oh, hi. Nice to meet you.
They tell me you have to give me $50 a week.
Yeah.
In advance.
Well, don't worry if you think I'm not...
Don't get hot under the collar. That's how people are here.
They're what? What does
that mean?
It's great. But I feel like this is gonna underscore that point.
Buy them, I can make you a nice price. 50 marks.
Oh, no thanks. I already have some in my suitcase. I just need a pair for today. But if you'd rather not...
No, okay, go ahead. Take them. But, give them back.
Of course.
That would be the idea. Borrowing them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay, it doesn't matter.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm. Like even that shot of something on the floor was interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly used to
Yeah.
Same with me at first. Then I found out it's a charming habit around here.
Susie. Sarah. I once read that names which begin with the letter S are the names of snakes.
It's a stupid thing you read.
Next year, after I finish the course, I've got an offer from the State School of Ballet in Geneva. What about you?
Well,
I love this.
States, but I'm still not exactly sure.
She looks like a completely different character.
Hey, thanks.
Oh, that's the same character?
Yeah.
I guess it has to
That's
be.
That makes
Yeah.
me happy.
Here he goes.
We'll do nicely together. I think you're sweet.
Even if I have the name of a snake?
Oh, I was just kidding.
I'm just kidding.
Touching.
It's great. Like, screw that last scene. We're friends now.
Hello.
And like, where are they? Look at this wallpaper.
The wallpaper's insane.
You did the
It's crazy. It's just a room.
It's just.
It's not even at the
He's
school.
over here. I could have picked them up myself tomorrow.
I thought you might be needing them.
Yes, but it really wasn't necessary. Anyway, thanks a lot.
Oh no, it's nothing. Ciao.
job.
Don't you want to stay for a while?
No thanks, I can't. I live at the school, so I've got to be back for supper in half an hour.
No, of course not.
I have to.
Just for a minute?
I'd love
No, really. I have to be going.
This dual conversation is interesting.
I'm sure late for
Just
supper.
call me. Okay, Cindy.
Well, ciao.
No, not before lunch.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like Robert Altman.
Yeah.
It's a strange thing to do.
I know. You caught one. Yes. Didn't you see?
Did I?
He's cute, except he doesn't have any. And he never has enough money for room and board at school.
That's just how
Didn't you
people are
just?
here.
Isn't that what the gesture meant?
She gives him 1,000 and one errands to do.
It's
weird.
You have to explain it anyway.
Sure.
I do like that phone.
Okay. Call me back.
Oh,
tomorrow.
yeah.
Give me a chance to think it over.
Oh yeah! Wow, that's a weird phone.
Anyway,
Mhm.
he is cute. Poor Pat. She liked him a lot. That poor kid ending up like that. I can't even think about it. I heard you saw her yesterday evening.
Uh-huh, outside the school. She was acting very strange. Mumbling to herself.
She really felt terrible when they kicked her out, but she really deserved it.
There was so much noise.
God, was she difficult.
This is a classic Giallo thing
She was
of
always
like a
arguing.
memory that they don't quite get a grasp of until later.
Oh, okay.
Iris.
What?
I remember she mentioned the word secret. And then she mentioned a flower. The iris, I think, or lilac.
Secret flowers? What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know.
She was a busybody. It would have been easy for her to find out one of us was in a jam.
One of the 3 dancing scenes we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
And
the thing
it's
in the
really-
original. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say in the original they did a thing where Susie was gonna audition, and she makes one dance move, and they do a hard cut to somewhere else, and I thought that's so fucking brilliant. I love the idea of us not seeing her do a full performance, but then 2 seconds later they cut back to her continuing to audition, and I was like,
Right.
oh.
Yeah.
Eight on the list this morning. Come with me to the yellow room.
Good morning, Miss Turner. Susie.
Like
Good morning,
Blanc
Mrs.
gives no dance instruction this entire movie.
Right.
Oh,
Isn't that marvelous?
Like she's
Yeah,
more.
she's-
That's why I get confused because she's more like the head,
stay at Olga's.
like
Okay.
headmistress,
Matter to me, my
Yeah.
and I feel like this other lady is more the dance teacher.
Right.
I know, but
The room is free.
And I feel like for the new movie they combine the two into Tilda's character.
Yeah, you're right.
If that's what you want,
Simplify it.
so be it.
Mm-hmm.
And also, like, yeah, try to get more out of the character by making it one character.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she's just sort of like managerial in a way.
Yeah.
Even though she was supposed to be a ballet dancer.
Mm-hmm.
I see that when you make up your mind about something, nothing will change it for you. My compliments.
I saw one example, and now that's your complete character.
Yeah, was it really that conclusive? Like, wow. Okay. You say so. Yeah, that was not a lot of dancing.
Nope. So this is nice and fun and creepy.
God. Yeah,
this is
definitely.
huge. So this is David Lynch influence number 3 or 4.
All right. Yes.
The Tremonds.
Definitely.
Older woman with a young boy
Yikes.
doing magic.
Yeah.
Okay, now we know what that word is thanks to the subtitles.
Yeah, when I
didn't
didn't have
catch
the
that the first time.
subtitles, I didn't catch it either. I didn't know.
It said witch.
Wow. So yeah, that would be the first time we hear it, if you understood that, which I
If you
didn't.
understand. No.
Because it's got like a weird effect on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like processed. I don't even know who said that and what that's supposed to mean. I mean,
Right?
other than the obvious.
Is it calling her a witch? Is it
Exactly.
saying there's witches around? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, is she saying, is the old woman saying she's a witch?
mm-hmm.
Like, is that,
Yeah, is it trying to warn her that there's witches here?
is she
Like,
getting
I don't know.
confused about who the witches are?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this hallway is great.
It's so good.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
Red Curtains, David Lynch number 5.
Definitely.
The technique of classical ballet assumed a different, more stylized impostation.
Impostation?
Impostation.
Oh my god, I don't know that word.
No, it's nothing. I just feel a little weak. If it gets any worse, I'll just stop.
And now some exercises.
They kind of did this in the new movie,
They did, you're right. I was just thinking that.
but it's for different reasons.
Yeah.
And 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
I'm sorry, Miss Tanner. I feel a little weak. Can I just rest for a second?
Wait. Come on, it's an easy step. This is the first time we've worked together. I want to see what you can do, how far along you are. Now, come along and join the others. Come on, let's go. Daniel, all together now. And 1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Is it because of the witches?
Yeah, I assumed the thing that the old lady did to her in the hallway.
The old lady. Right, right. That encounter.
But I don't know what she did, and I don't know
Right.
what effect it's having.
Pay attention, Susie. Get those legs up higher. You're not paralyzed. Get those legs up high. And 1 and 2 and 3 and pay attention, Susie. And 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2
I love that shot. Oh, it's so
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, the light was great there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, something really happened there.
Something's happening.
Come on, run along.
Come on, drink up.
What were they doing?
Didn't-
Listening in?
Was Coco in Mulholland Drive? Did they say she was a famous dancer?
Oh, yeah, something like that.
Because
Or was it like gymnast? I don't know.
Blanc
It was something
reminds
along
me
those
of
lines.
Blanc reminds me of Coco.
Absolutely.
So David Lynch, number 6.
That's a relief, Professor. How do you feel, dear?
Better.
The fault lies with your exercises. When somebody's been out of practice, violent movements can cause tiny tears in internal ligaments. That's the hemorrhaging.
You look better already. You've even got
God.
back in your cheeks. Isn't that right?
Oh, yes.
Where's this red light coming from?
Yeah.
Get you back into shape in no time. Here we are. Fine. Why, in a day or two, you'll be on your feet as good as new.
Is he in on the witch plan?
I don't think he's in on it.
But
I think he's just a weird doctor.
He's just like a shitty doctor.
I don't think he's shitty. I mean, I think he comes off strange, but
he's
I don't
wrong,
think
right?
I don't think he knows why she was sick. Yeah, no.
Okay.
I think yes, correct. I think he's wrong about the cause.
Yeah, that's all I mean.
Yeah.
You can telephone me.
Yeah, I don't think he's being duplicitous here. I think he thinks he's just doing his normal job.
Okay.
A drop of Vin Rouge?
Yes.
Good. A glass of red wine with each meal. It works miracles. Clears up anemia and strengthens red corpuscles. It builds blood.
I love that fake medical.
See, the fact that
thing.
he's recommending the wine and they suggest that the wine is like tainted later makes it seem like he's in on
yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's in on it. I think, but to me, that begs the question of why are they drugging her with the wine anyway?
Yeah, that's fair point.
Yeah, so I think he suggests the wine, but it's the witches who are tainting it.
Do they just
But it's
use
hard
the
to
wine
know.
because he suggests it?
Yeah, I think so. I think that I just don't
Maybe.
know why they're subduing her to begin with.
Well, they moved me in here. I really didn't want to. You know, as soon as I got sick, your pal Olga ran and got my bags and threw me out of her place. She must have thought I had something awfully contagious.
It's such a weird thing to do. I like have one scene where she's there.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You come back strong.
Yeah, you know, I feel really well. I mean, it's almost as if nothing had happened. It's incredible.
But is that because he gave her
Thanks to
like?
Professor Vertigas.
Vertigo. He came to look at you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Uh-oh.
making it suspicious for sure.
Yeah.
And now we get the poison.
Yeah. Yo, poison.
Uh-huh. Yeah, poison you ordered.
That thing. I don't even remember what the deal is with that
Clock
thing.
match. Clock lighter, I mean.
You better keep an eye on that lighter. He really likes it.
Yes, but I don't think he's a thief. At least you know. Are you eating a
What?
Yeah, they put me on a restricted diet.
and on a restricted diet? They give you what?
It builds the blood.
Professor Vertigas said
I
you
love
build
fake
up our
medical
blood.
stuff like that. Well, blood is red and wine is red. It builds the blood.
Why not?
So,
Belle, oh God, that means it's only 15 minutes till supper. I better change.
I mean, that's what's cool about having her staying at Olga's at first, and now she's staying here. Is it's sort of her being more locked into this world, where she had a little
Right.
bit of independence.
Right. That's a good point.
But it is still weird though.
Yeah, it's just story-wise, like it's a little bit.
You would think all the girls have to stay here.
Yeah, exactly. A normal version of this story would be like that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is great.
Yeah, I didn't realize we were getting to this already.
Mm-hmm. It's like, what is that falling? Ugh.
Yikes. David Lynch did a painting with maggots. Had to throw that in.
Number 7. This is great. Why is it on your face?
I know. Brush it off. What are you doing?
I don't know. Let's go and see.
This is another thing I like is we talked about this on the podcast, but like the witches aren't doing this on purpose. It's just
Right.
a weird thing that happened. And,
It's like a bad coincidence.
yeah.
Like, oh, let's figure out the problem. Where are they coming from?
Oh, and this shot when she walks across the boards is so grossly good.
Oh, yeah. It's like, yeah, you were not expecting, like...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is there rotten meat upstairs?
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so gross.
These have to be like at least a lot of these have to be real maggots.
Of course they're real maggots.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's like
Then I thought it was
not
spelling
CGI.
something right there. I thought it was like spelling a word. The maggots were like spelling
Oh yeah.
something. Yeah. No, it's not CG. Those are real maggots. I mean,
It's just like
the way they've done it. That's why it's actually horrifying to watch.
It's really
You know it's
terrible.
real.
I hate looking at it.
It's the worst.
It's so gross and ugh.
It's almost like this is a horror movie.
It
And
is.
you've got horrors.
It is. Yeah, and I love it. It's horrors that aren't necessarily related to anything
Mm-hmm.
supernatural.
Oh, it was awful. Yes, one got in my mouth.
Well, I suppose it was fortunate things only reached the floor below the attic.
Are the other floors all right?
Oh, yes, we checked them out. Just the floor where the students' rooms are.
Well, I'll take care of the problem of fumigating in the morning. In the meantime,
A regular movie, this would have been on purpose. They could have pretended it was an accident, but the point would have been to get
Yeah.
all the girls in the same space this night because Helena Marcos wanted to figure out which girl she was going to choose or something.
Right. Yeah, it was a ruse, not just like a
Mhm.
random weird coincidence.
Yeah. And it is weird that they say we'll all sleep together when there's also this idea that the teachers leave and go
Right.
off campus to sleep, but tonight
Yeah.
they'll sleep together. I don't know.
Yeah.
Here with us too, Madame.
Oh, here we go.
certainly, as are all the other teachers in Miss Tanner.
Do the teachers live here at school?
No, they live in town. They leave after supper at 9:30.
But why not tonight?
It's very late. You won't
Yeah.
turn out the lights.
Yeah, they almost get there.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that was the next question.
Yeah.
But it comes off like it's a camaraderie thing. Like
Right.
the girls are being put out, so they'll
Right.
swap it tonight too.
Right.
And then this red light. Is
Oh
the
my
best.
god.
Yes.
Go put the red light on.
The reason I love these sort of specific choices is because a specific choice is because the director is trying to do something. You know, it's
Yeah.
not just, oh, we'll just put the camera up and shoot. It's like, no, white curtains, red light now.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's realistic. What matters is I'm trying to communicate something and set a mood, you know?
Yeah. It definitely sets a mood.
Yep.
I heard he was,
Of course, I'm not much for gossip.
Not much for gossip. That's a
Oh no, he's gay.
Whoa.
The biggest of all horrors.
Right.
Hey, Sarah.
They can't quite say it.
Get it. It's okay.
No. He's not one for gossip. And then this is weird.
God.
Like, is this what is this? Whose PRV are we on?
Can we not sleep here? Like, what the fuck?
This fucking
Yeah.
womb. It's like a womb.
Can someone turn that shit off? Like, what is happening?
Yeah, this is like they're in like a womb now.
Yeah. Yeah, the shadows. It's
Yeah.
really like
And this was weird. This like, it looks like she's got wings or like some weird skeletal.
Yeah,
something.
what was that? Yeah, that's. Just sleeping right there. What the
Just
fuck
right
is she
there.
doing?
The biggest of all evils is one curtain away. It's just the
That
best.
makes no sense. Well, I'll show solidarity too.
And the only floor that was infected was the one below the students' floor. So the teachers shouldn't have to stay here too.
No.
But this is a contrivance of the movie.
Definitely.
Because they need to hear the snoring.
The signature snore.
Oh. She went to sleep fast.
Yeah.
Susie, are you asleep? Are you sleepy?
No, what's the matter?
You hear that snoring?
This is the first time in history of cinema snoring has been a plot point.
Where do you think it's coming from?
Behind you. I mean,
yeah. Use your ears. She says it.
Yeah.
What? They lied to us. The directress is here. That's her, the one who's snoring.
How do you know that?
She's the directress.
How do you know?
Well, only the directress could snore like that?
She's gonna tell you.
Last year for a while, I lived in one of the guest rooms.
Ah, right.
Mm-hmm.
One night,
It's like you don't forget this snoring.
very late,
Yeah.
getting into bed in the room next to mine. And then I heard this weird kind of snoring. I tell you, it was so weird, I never forgot it. Listen,
And we should never forget it as well.
it's exactly the same. And the next morning, Madame Blanc told me the directress had spent a few hours at the school and has lived in the room next
Which
to
is something she should have lied about.
Yeah.
you see.
Yeah, they are lying about where she is right now.
Mm-hmm.
She's
All right. Well, she really answered the question I had quite specifically.
Yeah. That's her. And it's great because it's like, it's scary because it's like, well, why are they lying about where she is?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big question.
And then it goes into why are they lying that the teachers leave at night when they don't.
Right. Right.
And then we get to this guy.
What the fuck? The blind piano player. I really feel like, you know, that it's before its time. Like, they should allow the helper dog inside. It just seems unfair.
Mm.
Good morning, Madame Blanc.
You know, the dog should be able to behave, but maybe with the witches it can't.
Mm-hmm.
Because it has that sense or something. I don't even know.
Miss Tanner, excuse me. Did the directress sleep here last night?
No, she didn't. Good morning, Daniel.
Good morning.
See, I feel like she could have easily said yes. I don't
Yeah,
know why
why?
they're lying. I don't know.
Excuse me, Miss Tanner, but which class do I attend this morning?
The second year class in the red room.
Thank you.
Because I feel like in the new movie they never mentioned Marcos besides like having her name in a couple places, but
Right.
it's not about her.
Yeah.
This is so weird.
Really weird. Really weird. Or so are they? Yeah, like.
Yeah,
Wow.
I don't know.
It's so confusing.
It looks like they did this on purpose, but I don't quite know why.
Yeah. Great shot.
Such a great show.
Love this.
Oh, and these statues too, little Lynchian,
Definitely.
the classical statues that were in the
Yep.
lobby too.
Yep. With the red curtains. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's there.
Well, it's nice to know even the greats are influenced by other greats. And this might be
dancing.
the last shot of dancing we see the whole movie, I think.
Stop immediately.
Stop, no more dancing.
Movie.
Enough! You know what? disgusting dog has bitten Albert. He took a piece out of Albert's arm. What?
Armbert.
Tried to mutilate the child. Madame Blanc will rush Albert to a first aid center to have stitches put in.
That's impossible.
Let's go to the first aid center. Even if you can't see the blood.
Look at me this way.
That's enough now! My dog's a peaceful, faithful animal. He's never hurt anyone. The boy must have done something to him first.
Oh, the poor little animal, the poor little puppy. If I ever see him within a mile of this school again, I'll have him put to death.
Stop it!
You know where she is. She's screaming in your ear.
Get moving.
You bitch!
Out.
I'm going.
That's right. You understand that? That I'm blind, not deaf. Get it? Huh? Not deaf. Not deaf. You understand that? You understand?
Like, I took that to mean like he overheard them being witches.
Oh,
Like,
it does
like-
seem like that's what it's implying.
Get out of here.
And maybe that's why he has to die.
I guess, but like it would have been nice for us to know that, but
Yeah.
because I don't know why they're setting him up to die at all.
Yeah. Yeah, it seemed arbitrary to me, like the requirements of Giallo, that there'd be people dying. But
Mm-hmm.
I think you're right that line is a hint.
Mm-hmm. Look at that shot.
Yeah. Yeah.
No
Yeah,
one
that's-
ever would do a shot like that.
That is a bizarre shot of drinking wine. I've never seen anything like that. You don't see like the mouth.
never
you just see the
see-
glass.
Yeah.
Oh right.
I'm so tired.
I had like a really full glass of wine.
My body's building its blood back. It's so tiring. Look at the lighting. It's just
Yeah.
there's not one shot in the new movie as good as this shot right here.
Yeah, there's so much attention to like moments that really don't need to be that interesting
Mhm.
looking.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't seem to me that they're going out. The front door is on the left. Their footsteps are going to the right, somewhere inside the school.
I'm just drowsy enough to understand that.
You're a genius. Fantastic. How come I never noticed that before? Susie, if they don't leave, where do they go? Wake up, Susie.
I guess they have to say Marcos isn't here because that explains why she's not around. I guess maybe that's why they're lying about it. Otherwise,
Right.
the kids might ask why they don't see her ever,
Right.
and they can't say because she's a dirty old gross witch. Look at this shot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great.
Now to count the steps as they go. It's like the thread of Ariadne.
I have to
Wow.
look up what that means later.
Yeah, yeah. Some Greek thing, I think. Oh, there's the menu shot. Or sequence, I should say.
Oh. Ariadne, I think that's like also from Inception, right? It was
Yeah.
she's in love with Theus and was led with a thread, helped them escape the labyrinth.
Oh, okay.
Like, where's this draft coming from? That's blowing curtains?
It's really.
Man, this is totally like a Lynch shot where you don't, where
Yeah.
it feels like a character's POV, but you don't know whose POV it is.
Yeah, definitely.
And then it's like, why is this scary?
Huh?
I don't even know what that was. Don't get too close to the moon.
Yeah, why are we zooming in on the moon? What the fuck was that?
I don't get it. It's the best. And I love this dancing too.
Yeah.
I was really enamored by this weird thing that's happening.
Yeah, it's like traditional German dancing kind of thing.
Women are not allowed.
No.
There's a thing this made me think of that thing because there's like traditional like Jewish dancing and stuff like that where it's just like it's men dancing with men.
Yeah.
And the women just aren't allowed.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like they could have made a point about that if they wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love the like fight slapping thing that's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's what that is. Kind of choreographed fighting thing.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure it's telling a story. As all great dance does. And this is great. The illusion of security. You got police around.
Right. Classic.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what it reminded me of was The Exorcist.
You know, I haven't seen that, but I think you're right. Like from just what I've seen of The Exorcist, this music and this style.
Yeah.
These shots, yeah. I can totally see that. And then this,
especially this
set.
Whatever instrument this is supposed to be.
Yeah. Some sort of
this is great. This is definitely like one of the advantages of shooting in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
You have like crazy squares like this. You can just walk around in.
And making like open space scary is really counterintuitive.
Yeah, definitely. Because like, what can get him? There's like nothing around.
And if something came, there's all this lead up time.
Exactly.
Before it would be on you. And that's why what happens is so scary, because it's the opposite of that. The thing that you should be scared of is right next to you.
Right, exactly. And it's already been established that he doesn't view the dog as a threat in any way.
Yep.
And I feel like the audience, at least I instinctively believe it. You know,
yeah,
I think it's their fault. Like the
of
dog
course,
didn't do anything.
It seemed like they did something on purpose because we saw them do something to Susie.
Exactly. Yeah.
And the dog seems like it's warning him. You know?
Definitely. Like it knows something's wrong.
Yeah. And then this shot coming up with like the camera on a wire or something is so cool.
Oh yes.
What's happening? Who's there?
Witches.
Yeah, wow, they really don't spell out why he has to die.
Mm-mm.
It's crazy.
And then, like, is that good or bad or evil?
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, here we go.
Oh, right. I remember thinking, like, a bird's gonna attack him.
Or I thought the gargoyle started flying.
Yeah.
Is it gone? Or is that it? Did it change?
Oh.
I don't know.
Oh, did it get up?
I don't know.
What happened?
Doesn't really matter.
These shots are great because I don't even know what I'm looking for.
That's the best.
Like, what? Like, I could tell there's supposed to be something
like,
wrong.
Something came towards him, but something's also still up there.
Yeah.
So which one is it? Music dies down. And you're like, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, that's not what I expected at all.
And you could maybe say, oh, well, they made the dog bite the kid, and now they made the dog bite him. But why did they make the dog bite the kid?
Yeah, it seems like as a pretext for kicking him out of the school or something.
But why not just?
I agree. It makes no sense.
This is great too.
Yeah.
Where you don't see what he's eating, but your mind fills in the rest.
It's gross enough to see like stuff coming up.
And there's this horror of your trusted friend.
Absolutely.
You know.
Yeah.
The thing that's supposed to save you and protect you is the thing you're the most afraid of. It's unfortunate some of those shots are so blurry.
Oh yeah, but you can't put too much trust in wolfhounds. They're crazy. We had 2 of them once at the villa in Gestad.
My God. First Pat gets murdered by a madman, and now Daniel is killed by his dog.
Yeah, maybe there's a hex on the place.
Uh-oh.
Hex?
Exorcist.
Exorcist. Wow.
Is something wrong?
Oh, that's super interesting.
Is it something
Oh my God, this office.
Right?
It's so ridiculous.
Miss Tanner, would you mind? I'd like a few moments alone with Susie.
Oh my God.
As soon as she walks in, could you leave?
Well, what is it?
I just wanted to talk to you about some of the things that have been happening.
Yeah, look at that chair next to the red. I mean, that's such a red room thing.
Definitely.
Does anybody know anything about who killed Pat?
There's some more Escher stuff on the wall there too.
Oh,
The
you're right.
stairway
I
and
saw her the night that I arrived here.
Yes, you told me that.
And that she was mumbling some strange, unrelated word.
No, you didn't tell me that.
Because it was something that didn't make any sense. It was in the middle of a thunderstorm. I just didn't pay much attention to it. I only caught 2 words distinctly. Secret and irises. I don't know what they mean, but I thought they might be important.
You've done very well, congratulations. I don't know what the word secret or irises mean either. But I think it's
I've also done very well. I should also be congratulated.
2 days before. Hello?
You really messed things up.
That's a weird scene.
What are you talking about?
Because maybe Pat was talking to someone just inside the building that night.
Like me? Isn't she the one she was talking to?
Is that really what was happening?
Yeah, I think that's what we find out. She tells her later, I was the one on the intercom.
Oh, you're right. I forgot about that.
But maybe she wasn't the one Pat was talking to. Maybe there's a difference there. I'm not sure.
Right.
Put them on the hunt for somebody.
What difference does that make to you?
Big difference. Because I was Pat's friend. She was telling me something when you suddenly showed up.
Okay, yeah.
Scared and she ran
Yeah.
away.
That she was her.
She was in hysterics almost. And then she was killed. Remember that voice when you rang the bell? Well, that was me.
Yeah.
You just said earlier talking to someone.
It's so weird to suddenly say that now. Like,
yeah.
Well, I guess that's why she's like, I don't know you. Who are you? Go away.
The scariest swimming ever. Yeah, you get the feeling that somebody's watching them. You just don't know who.
Yeah, the point of view shot implies that, but yeah, we're never given that insight. Again, in the new one, we've already seen multiple meetings.
Oh, don't remind me.
Ooh, the notes.
The notes.
Very good friend of mine, Frank Mandel. He's here for convention. I'll let you read.
Could have told me a little earlier, but cool.
I love that Susie's actually interested in the mystery and scared and not like, I'm Suspiria.
Right.
They disappeared.
I'm sleepy. I can't deal with this right now.
Mm-hmm.
This is the only thing I got left, and that's because I kept it on me. Look. What's the matter with you? Don't you remember? What's going on? This is the key that'll get us wherever the teachers go every night. I wrote it out yesterday evening while I was sitting here next to you. Susie, do you know anything about it?
Oh, that's great. I love that little blackout while she's
Yeah.
talking. So how far into the movie are we where we hear the
An
word
hour. That would be about 2/3, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was scene 1. And then it was...
Yeah, and this green light all of a sudden. And
Yeah.
like, now it's not there.
You're right. Not from that angle. It's only green when you look the other way.
Which somehow makes sense. And this ball, why would you shoot this? It's great. Why
yeah,
would you do
Lynch
that?
has done a shot like this too.
Yeah, he has.
In Lost Highway, he goes up to the light like that.
And now it's green.
Okay, there's the, yeah. Yeah, you know, attention to detail really does a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, that's just way cooler than it needed to be.
Yep. Yeah, there's also a fear in being alone in this thing, you know, like with Susie falling asleep on her, and
definitely. And her notes have been stolen, so it's just like
somebody's on her. Yeah,
exactly.
Something's in her room. Yep. So this is weird. She puts this thing in here, and I swear Susie does not ever find that.
Really? Oh man,
yeah, I don't think we have to pay attention, but I'm pretty sure Susie doesn't find it, and she makes her own list of the footsteps later.
Okay.
Like the light got brighter. Doesn't make any sense. And it's like, yeah, you don't know what's after her. We know there was a thing man in the beginning.
Right.
We've heard of something about witches. But yeah, we don't know what the thing after her is capable of. What
there was a point of view shot in Susie's room that suggested that something's there. The light came on, but yeah, we haven't really seen hardly anything at this point.
Yeah.
Harry R. Man, and then the dog was like already there.
Yep.
That's the hiding place? Okay.
Yeah, that's the attic.
Like, okay. I was gonna be like, I'm gonna stand here, and then I'll be in the dark.
Who is this in a cape?
Yeah, I have no idea who the fuck that's supposed to be. The new movie also, like, this really drives it home. All this, everything we've watched does that. Like, it just didn't really have, strangely, like any patience for anything like this. Like,
yeah,
it would just. I mean, all new stuff is like that. Like, they just can't let anything like this play out.
Yeah.
In this way that can really build a ton of like this has been going on for a while now. This sequence.
Yep.
you know, and like nothing's really happened
here's
yet.
The thing with the eyes.
You're right. That ties it together. All right, so if we just know who this is.
I guess it was the person in the cape because they grabbed the knife.
Yeah, must be.
But that seems like a normal person. But this person has like a black. Are they just wearing a mask? But why are the eyes evil?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not even the same knife, is it?
No, this time it's a thing to get the lock open.
But I thought that was the blade that cut her.
Oh, is it? Is it the same one? I guess I thought it was a new thing, but it makes sense that it would be the same.
I love how long it takes him to open this thing. It's so... It's just all about the suspense and not the practicality of how easy it would be to lift that thing up.
Just do it, yeah. Yeah. Just wiggling it there for so long.
Just like slowly tapping it.
Yeah. Oh god, I remember where this is going.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, you're right. New movies do not have time for subtleties and like the quiet moments.
Yeah, and like, no, it's okay. We can really let this play out for like 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Like, I don't know how long. From the time when she realizes there's a threat, to like this thing where it's like
she would have been killed already in the new one.
He's outside the door, and yet, like,
there's still time to like climb up this fucking rickety thing,
build a thing. Like, okay, I'm
Yeah.
gonna get in there, open the window, climb up here. I'm gonna get in there. He still hasn't opened the lock. Oh shit!
Yeah, this is
Don't
great.
put the small one on bottom. Come on.
Right. I wonder how planned out that was to like make it fall like that and barely work and. This is great. You don't see what's underneath.
Don't look down. Don't look down.
It's like why didn't you look? Why didn't you see?
I know.
And what is this?
It's just a random room of razor wire, apparently. I don't know why.
It's really cool because I mean she feels really trapped.
So horrifying.
Yeah, it's so horrifying.
To be stuck in the middle of
Why is there a
this.
room full of wire? Like
It makes no sense at all. Why do witches need razor wire?
I don't know.
Is this supposed to be like the gardener's room or something? There's like tools on the wall, you know?
Yeah, I guess so.
Like,
but it also feels like a trap for her. Like they
it
put
totally
them there.
feels like a trap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they came around the other side.
Damn it, who was that?
We'll never know.
They did at least like clearly show that it was the same thing from the first killing, but beyond that,
I think the weirdest shot of the movie so far is the person in the cape. I don't understand who that was supposed to be and why we saw a little bit of them.
He's just a guy in a cape. What are you gonna do? And then he has eyes sometimes. I don't know.
Sarah? Oh yes. I heard the door close and her footsteps going down the hall. And then I heard a car driving up down the street. I guess someone was waiting for her.
Like he's just lying, right? Like are they making him lie for some reason?
Good question. Is he in on it?
Or does he just know what they want to hear? Or did they fake her leaving and he heard the fake leaving?
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. Spell maybe.
Or spell.
Susie Banyan. No, we've never met. I'm a friend of Sarah's. Yes, hello. Do you happen to know where Sarah is? Well, she disappeared from school this morning. Yes, it seems she left and took all her luggage. Yes. Listen, could I see you sometime today?
Oh, her luggage has been removed.
Well, I'm really worried about her.
Yeah,
Although her
so
room was ransacked, which is weird.
That clearly suggests that
At the convention.
the killings are not just some kind of isolated thing of some rogue in the thing. Like, it's like...
It's very upsetting. I can't understand why she did it.
And it is weird for them to be talking like this when they're in on it.
Right. Yeah, that's a weird...
But that's the movie still not laying all its cards on the table telling us they're witches.
Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like there's just like a weird guy in a cape with hairy arms killing people. But it is like, but why is all her stuff gone? Like, what's the conspiracy here?
This guy.
And her notes were gone too. Oh God, it is that guy.
Yeah. It's weird when you see people who you only know from when they're old, and then you see them when they're young, you know?
Yeah.
She was a patient of mine 3 years ago.
Yeah, I didn't recognize him when I saw this originally.
No, I didn't even know you were a psychiatrist.
Well, she had a nervous breakdown after her mother's death, and she came to me for treatment. After she got better again, we remained friends.
Completely unethical.
She was upset about some
Definitely.
put into her head.
It was the 70s. It was fine.
The 70s, yep.
Not you, I hope.
No.
They were kind of wild ideas. She had discovered.
Like, this is like his only role ever where he's not the scary guy, right?
Yeah.
Helena Marcos,
Definitely.
a Greek immigrant.
Immigrants.
Local people believed her to be
Right? Anti-immigrant.
I guess you knew that.
No, but I have a strange feeling that somebody...
It's like, that's the first time we've heard the name Helena Marcos, right?
Or something similar.
I think so.
Can't remember.
Well, that really got Sarah's imagination going. Earlier in the 19th century, the Marcos woman had been expelled from several European countries. She seemed to have something about her.
That's what you got to do with immigrants.
Religious-thinking people. She also wrote a number of books, and I read that among the initiated, she went by the name the Black Queen. After she settled down here, she became the subject of a lot of gossip. Nevertheless, she managed to put her hands on a great deal of money, and she founded the Tam Academy. At first, a sort of...
See, that's the difference. Yeah, in the new one, it's the Marcos School.
Of course. The more obvious thing.
Because in 1905, after being hounded and cursed at for 10 years,
Man, this guy's an exposition machine.
Yeah, he's great.
That's all there is, as far as witchcraft is concerned. The school was taken over by her favorite pupil. The study of the occult was abandoned, and soon the place
He does know a lot.
Dance Academy.
But what is
Why does he have a beverage?
Well, as a believer in the material world and a psychiatrist to boot, I'm convinced that the current spread of belief in magic and the occult is part of mental illness.
Because it's the
Bad
70s.
luck isn't brought
Right.
by broken mirrors, but by broken minds.
Sounds a little bit like Rod Sterling.
Professor Milius can answer your question
Yeah.
better than I can. He wrote a book called
This is the weirdest part to me of the exposition machine. And here's another character with more exposition. I'm all out for now.
Don't make me tell you everything.
Yeah. It's weird, I guess, the new movie combined these two people into one.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Sort of. Like an old
I
man.
guess there
but
is some
with
kind of
psychologist.
conference or something, and that's where the
Yeah.
beverage came from.
Yeah. You said the beverage?
Yeah.
You're really interested in where he got that beverage?
It was just like suddenly he had a glass, so it just seemed weird to me. But I guess, yeah, I guess it makes sense.
I have known some women who are said to be witches.
My wife, who I lost in World War.
Studied the phenomenon.
Wrong movie.
Opinion that it is an important appendage of contemporary psychiatry. You're skeptical, my dear.
Well, frankly, it is a little hard to believe. What do witches do?
They are malefic, negative and destructive. Their knowledge of the art of the occult gives them tremendous powers. They can change the course of events and people's lives, but only to do harm. You don't believe me?
No.
Their goal is to accumulate great personal wealth, but that can only be achieved by injury to others. They can
They're capitalists.
sickness.
Yep.
The death of those who, for whatever reason, have offended them. Why do you have all this interest in the occult?
Because some friends spoke to me about witches. I read some stuff. Have you
What did you read? When did you read?
Very famous Black Queen.
I just heard about her like 5 minutes ago from the guy who brought you here.
Yeah.
She lived and died in this city. Did you know that?
Yeah, he just told me.
And might there exist
A normal movie would have had the first guy tell her about the second guy, and she would have gone to a different location.
Yeah.
4 times more powerful than the rest of the coven, which is like a serpent. Its strength rests with its leader, that is, with its head. A coven deprived of its leader is like a head.
This also made me think of that S thing, like a snake that they mentioned earlier.
Oh yeah.
But she's not Suspiria, so
True.
Magic is ever present. In other words, quandam ubique, quandam semper, quandam ad omnibus, creditor est. Which means that magic is everywhere and all over the world. It's a recognized fact. Always.
all right. That didn't help at all.
Yeah.
Mark?
Marcos?
Uh-oh.
Excuse me, where is everybody?
They have all gone to the theater for the opening of the Bolshoi.
That was the other thing weird about the new movie is how many times the kids and the teachers all went out to eat. It's like 3 or 4 scenes of them just hanging out, going out to eat.
Yeah. Yeah, very casual.
Mm-hmm.
Frank, this is Susie, Sarah's friend.
Susie? Hello?
I can't.
Talk louder. I can't hear you very well. Did something happen?
Well, I haven't heard from Sarah, but a lot of strange things are happening.
Some witchy interference on the line.
Hello?
They did say magic was everywhere all the time, always.
Again, though, like with the maggots, it's almost like this could be a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the power just went out, and the phone line went out. Coincidentally. Why not? I don't really believe it, but I can't prove it's not true.
Mm-hmm. And this is weird to me. I don't know why she decides to do this.
Yeah.
Because
they don't tell us exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like we're supposed to infer that she was being drugged and she's realized that, but they didn't really.
Yeah. Like, what did she learn that makes her think she's being drugged? Like, Marcos founded the school and Marcos was said to be a witch. Therefore, I'm scared of what they're giving me.
Being drugged, yeah.
Also, the fact that, like, this is what it looks like with the wine, I wouldn't want to drink that.
It's, exactly. It should be a bad sign.
Yeah. Don't open a window. Yeah, you see those 2 lights in the window?
Yep.
It makes me think of the eyes in the window in the beginning,
Definitely.
you know? I don't know if that's what we're supposed to think, but she's going for it.
Is it I don't remember what that's supposed to be. Kind of looks like LA.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, God. Not a bat. What the fuck?
Yeah, forgot about the bat.
Is this a bewitched bat?
Or just a regular bat.
Or just a regular bat. Yeah, I think this is where I thought, like, is this kind of like what happened to the dog?
Uh-huh. The witches are driving the animals crazy or something?
Yeah, exactly.
I just love how long she fights the bat.
Yeah.
And then the bat's like, flush the toilet.
Is the bat really going to flush the toilet?
Fake bats are so bad on movies, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, shut that thing up.
It's kind of reminding me of like The Thing all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
I think you got it. Nice.
Yeah, and that's classic horror to me. It's like, I don't know what that scene was about. Why did that happen? What does that add up to? But that's the kind of thing that doesn't need to be explained. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't need an answer for why the bat attacked her.
Right.
Because the other things in the world are on the same or sufficiently.
Oh, isn't that it?
Oh, maybe
that's got to be it, right?
Okay, I guess it is it. I guess when I saw it originally, I thought she just grabbed another paper and started herself, but I guess she's gonna continue it.
The school at all. The front door is on the left, but their footsteps are going to the right.
You do not hear footsteps. There's distant footsteps.
Hey, the subtitles say
the loudest floor in the entire world. Like, I don't even know what she's counting. Like, how do you tell?
I can find out where they're
going. How?
In their footsteps.
Yeah, that just seems really questionable to me, but you know, it's like, how do you know where they're going exactly?
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't you take the
the distance? Maybe, yeah,
exactly.
But you know the direction.
Like they're going to the right, like, but is that really enough to take you exactly where they're going?
It's gonna be enough somehow. And hello, Act 3.
Yeah. Yeah, we're finally gonna get the answers that we're gonna get.
Mm-hmm. This room looks normal.
The steps had to go through there.
Like, how did she hear steps beyond that door?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's an old building, but
down this hallway, they still heard steps.
Yeah.
And then past this next door, they still heard steps.
Yeah, it's getting a bit ridiculous.
I love the camera following her like that.
Yeah.
You think it's a static shot?
It's mirroring that shot from earlier,
Mm-hmm.
where they kind of pan through this walkway. Are we gonna find out what's in the woods? She's not going to the woods though. Because that shot ended with the woods for some reason. Uh-oh, not foreign voices.
You could take your shoes off, but
yeah, it's really loud apparently. Oh, that's who it is.
What's so funny about meat?
Yeah. She goes to check with the knife. Like,
yeah, it's like if someone was here, well, you're gonna kill them.
Yeah, is that the implication?
I guess so.
Are they in on it too?
Well, I don't think they are, but
what happened?
She definitely knew about the witches. She definitely knew about the witches.
It seemed that way.
They're not witches, but they know what's up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you still heard footsteps behind the third door.
I know, we've gotten... Yeah, like, how many doors have there been? Like, how do you know they didn't go
This
through
is like the
those
third one.
doors?
Yep.
That's why the footsteps
Oh,
not
that's
here.
what he stopped.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? Clearly, she's sure.
How do you know? Yeah. It's a stretch.
I like the mystery, like solving the mystery that way. It just isn't quite believable.
Definitely.
Why?
Think about the other answer that you don't have yet.
Yeah, exactly.
They totally showed this right before they talked about the secret irises.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's weird when she says secret iris. I don't know any secret iris. Don't look to the left where there's like, irises. Right, I love these gargoyle water spout things too.
Definitely. That's great.
Again, talk about attention to detail. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like the dance school version of The Shining, you know, the way the building feels creepy.
Definitely.
And like this shot, you know, like the idea of her getting
in the mirror the first time.
Her getting sort of lost in that maze behind her, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It's very Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. There's definitely a dark fairy tale aspect to this.
Mm-hmm.
The secret! I saw behind the door! 3 irises! Turn the blue one!
That blue one? Which this was weird to me because I thought it was a painting. Right. I was like, how's she gonna turn the painting?
Yeah. Oh.
That's how.
It's not painted.
This is total Alice in Wonderland. A little short door.
Definitely.
And then Blue Velvet.
Blue Velvet all of a sudden. Oh god.
Number 8, David Lynch influence number 8.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
Yep. He saw this movie. He's like, I'll be a filmmaker.
I'll take that, please.
Oh, man. Wonder what the big political stories going on in the world are right now.
Yeah, why are we talking more about that?
No, I don't. Occult? I love that you can catch that word.
Nice.
Metamorphosis. All right.
Yeah, it's like Latin and Hebrew, I think, and something else.
All the good old languages.
Classic old stuff, yeah. It's like witches are old.
Mm-hmm.
Another great example of like really lingering on just walking down a hallway.
Just walking.
That's all that's happening.
Yep. And like we don't know that like Helena Marcos wants a new body.
Right.
And the movie's almost over.
Yeah.
So make her disappear. I guess she's the killer. Maybe.
It does seem like that's what that is implying. Yeah. I was hoping we were going to see the other guy.
And this also seems like a spell, though.
Yeah.
So maybe she's conjuring the killer, but with this spell.
Oh, maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. It's like a supernatural killer apparition thing.
Mm-hmm.
That isn't a particular
Although
person.
we did see the person in the cape. I'm not sure about what that was. Here we go. Yeah, she's casting a spell.
Yeah. Oh god, the kid's in there.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing I also liked about it. It wasn't just the female staff that are the witches or in on it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. You don't see that coming. You don't think you'd ever see her.
Not at all.
Man, after they cut her throat, they kept going.
Oh, yeah. I didn't really think about that. Or is it just from the razor wire?
Maybe. But they crucified her.
Yeah, they definitely did that.
He's got her lighter.
Wait, is there still an answer about that?
Huh?
Is there still an answer about that? Like what the deal was with that lighter?
I don't think there's a deal. I think she had a lighter and now he's got it because she's dead.
It was just to keep track of it.
Yeah.
It's just so we would get the connection.
Mm-hmm. I love as soon as she comes into this room, the scary music stops.
Yeah.
I guess so we can hear the snoring, but...
Definitely.
I wonder who this is snoring here. And she's like flickering.
Is that what that is? Flickering?
Like the way her shadow is bouncing up and down. I don't know why it's doing that, but it looks cool and scary.
It's great to be trapped in there.
Yeah. Yeah, see that the shadow's like flickering? Like a projection?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I've been expecting you. The American girl. I knew you'd come. You want to kill me? You want to kill Lena Marcus?
What?
Iconic shot.
Yeah.
You wanted to kill me? You wanted to kill me? What are you going to do now, huh? No, death is coming for you. You wanted to kill Elena Marcus. Hell is behind that door. You're going to meet death now. The living dead.
And you do think it's the original killer, but then it's her.
Right.
Love that shot. It's so weird. Good ghost silhouette. She keeps going.
Wow.
So much crystal and glass breaking. This is a great
I
joke,
was just
you know.
thinking, like, how is that affecting them?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he said. Remember the head of the snake?
Yeah, yeah.
In the real world, they would have used CG these days for all that stuff.
Definitely.
It would have been worse. I love this door. Is it that door handle in the middle of the door?
Yeah. Of course. Where else do you put a door handle?
Oh, it's great. Oh, it was a door that splits in two. Okay, so it makes more sense that way. Not one big door.
Right.
Oh, there's little snake kind of figures on this staircase.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Like dusty for no reason.
Yeah, there's just like general gustiness. And it's raining again. Coincidence?
Yeah. Coincidence or thematic charm? I feel like the taxi driver should show up. Laughing maniacally.
Yeah. And a classic.
Wait, what movie was I watching? Okay.
Now you know.
Now I remember. Just in case by the end of the movie you forget.
Yeah, classic Giallo thing is like, it ends pretty abruptly.
Yeah.
It's just like, main thing resolved, roll the credits.
Boom. Roll the credits. What else is there to say? We don't need an epilogue.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the other thing I hated about the new movie. The whole like title. What was it like? 6 chapters and an epilogue.
Oh,
I hate that so much. Don't remind me I'm watching a story.
Yeah.
Because then it was like, oh, chapter 5, great. I know I'm almost over. Okay, great. Like, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
It doesn't
that
help.
was bad. That was a bad
help at
idea.
all.
It's not like, it's like sort of a pseudo Quentin Tarantino kind of thing. Like,
No, it doesn't help.
It doesn't fit at all.
No. Wow, Suspiria.
Yeah. There wins.
Like, we went through the whole movie, and, like, nobody said the word Suspiria, right?
No, not once. They don't mention it at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. They picked up on that idea. Like, I think, like, I don't know that much about this. So anyway, if somebody's an expert, just whatever. If you did the commentary for this movie, like, you can correct me on this. But
Join us for our commentary.
Yeah, exactly. There's like a trilogy. Like, eventually he came up with this idea of the 3 mothers, and there was a trilogy, one for each one, and like this became the first one. But clearly when they made this movie, they didn't have that idea in mind. You can tell because they never mention it.
They never mention it.
And so it's kind of like, it's one of those things, it almost reminds me of like how in the first Friday the 13th, it's not Jason who's the killer. But that's what everyone knows. It's sort of like they picked up on this thing that wasn't even from the original and made it the centerpiece of the new one. You know, the whole idea of the 3 mothers, and specifically the one that this movie's supposed to be about. It actually remains pretty ambiguous why it's even called Suspiria. I was it the snores was that the Suspiria? Like,
well, I mean, the music has sighs in it.
The music definitely had it. That's
there's
true.
like some sighs, and
which makes you think they got notes about what the title was, and like kind of built off that. But was it? Yeah, but there wasn't an explicit reference. You know, I would expect if it was going to come up, it should have come up in that exposition scene where they told us everything, and there should have been but they called her the Dark Queen or the Black Queen. Yeah, it was like that was the moment. If they were
should
going to
have been
say Mother
the Black Queen,
Suspiriorium,
Mother of
or
Sighs,
something.
or something.
Exactly.
Like,
exactly. Yeah. So it just seems like that concept was just not there. It's.
I also feel like it's sighs
powerful
in
witch.
a sort of horror context, because generally we think of a sigh as a when you're bored or like
Right.
frustrated or something, but a sigh more like, you know, the other two are tears and death or whatever, darkness. So that the idea of sighs being like a sort of exasperation in the face of horror or something. I don't know.
Right.
I'm rewinding it to find this scene of the person in the cape. So Sarah's running down the hallway.
Oh yeah.
This is the strangest shot in the whole movie now. Like, totally.
It is the only time we see it in a sort of objective way.
And it's something after her. So we see the shadow of a person after her. She's going to go in the attic. So weird. Okay, she goes in the attic.
I forgot about the cape.
And then, now we have a person in a cape. Oh, this is the room at the bottom. Okay. Oh, it was a person coming up from where the witches were at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
So, which is weird because we see a shadow here but this person's like way far away now, but okay. So who is this? It's a dark-haired person with a short crop haircut. And then they open on this like knife thing, but it's just weird to me. This does not seem like the killer with the green scary eyes. That to me is explained by the witch's spell, but
could there be like two separate? It doesn't make any sense. But like, it kind of reminds me of how in the original,
such a cool shot because it makes no sense.
In the first scene, you see the eyes, and then like suddenly there's just a hairy arm there.
Yeah.
And then like suddenly they're on the roof. It like the editing was very strange in that first scene.
It's like something. It's like it pulled her to the roof, but we didn't really see that cut or something.
Yeah, exactly.
But and then this is weird.
It's just the editing implies like because a razor, you know, is grabbed and then is used, and the cutting suggests that this should be the killer. But it is weird that they don't visually like confirm that.
Yeah.
Otherwise it's like it would be very strange to like cut to an isolated like here's a random person grabbing a razor. Meanwhile on an unrelated.
Yeah, and it's weird because this person doesn't look like anybody else we've seen. You would think it would be Blanc or the other lady, but the other lady has blonde hair. Blanc doesn't have hair like this.
Yeah. It's not identifiable. It doesn't look like the weird looking guy either, who was my
No, it doesn't look like the weird looking guy. Now maybe it's the young boy, but his hair doesn't really look like that. But
the young boy. Oh, right. Not the young
little
boy,
but the other the guy, the man, right. I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I call him a young boy.
The guy who seemed to be like, although was he in the room at the end? Did they confirm that he was in on it? I feel like
they did not confirm. He's not in the room at the end.
Yeah, that's what I thought. The
boy I don't know. On it, but the boy was in on it.
But yeah, which again makes me question what happened with the dog.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't really understand, but it makes it suspicious to me that like the dog just attacked him.
And it's weird both ways, right? Because later the dog attacks. So you go, oh, look, the dog will attack for no reason. But the first time the dog attacks, the dog wasn't growling at them. They were approaching the dog menacingly. The dog was just being normal.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shot of this person with the cape, I'm baffled.
Yeah.
I am baffled.
It definitely works for like classic sort of giallo, but Yeah, it's weird in this movie because normally in the giallo they'll tell you who that is later.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it does seem like it's supposed to be this person because we do, here's a shot where she's walking up and the person's behind her.
Right.
But why the eyes? Is that just metaphorical? Like it's evil? It's a witch?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's just bizarre. Like, especially, like, I wouldn't say that normally because, movies like this do leave things ambiguous like that. But specifically for, if you watch like other Dario Argento movies, you'll see there's a killer and it's portrayed in a similar way, not necessarily with a cape, but definitely the shot of like behind and being, almost seeming supernatural in the way it can be in like different places, not necessarily with the eyes, but but you always find out who it is.
Yeah, and this time the killer doesn't have hairy arms because it's wearing like a black sleeve.
So you can't see the arms, right?
Yeah, you can't see the arms. It's all black.
Yeah. So it's not only the eyes really confirm that it's probably the same thing from the first scene.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, and it was weird. Like, I don't even know what to connect it to. It sort of reminds me of the creature that was Death / the Familiar or whatever from the new movie. But then again, like Helena Marco's hand sort of reminded me of that. So it was because they were like kind of creature-like with like claws.
The claws and stuff, yeah.
Yeah. And this thing doesn't have claws.
No.
But it does seem like a creature.
Mm-hmm. It's super weird.
It's very strange. It's very strange. That is probably the strangest thing in the movie. I agree.
With a movie with a lot of strangest things. So yeah. After seeing the original Suspiria again, I am reconfirmed that I like it so much more than the new one.
Yeah. I think it's
so much more
enjoyable. I agree completely.
Yeah, even though it's like simpler, it's better.
Definitely simpler.
I don't need to know like random political facts of the time period that have nothing to do with the story.
Yeah. You don't need to throw in the Berlin Wall and the Holocaust. It's just like, oh my god.
And terrorist hijacking.
Enough. Like, shut up already.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and the psychiatrist character just shows up for like one scene of exposition. We don't have to have a whole subplot that doesn't even seem to matter, and yet at the same time is the centerpiece of the story. Like, I don't even.
It's weird that they have two expositional characters back to back. I don't know why it couldn't have been one person who, I'm
really
a psychologist, but like. Once she told me about witches, I studied witches, so now I know everything there is to know about witches instead of like, I'm a psychologist, she told me about witches. I know a little bit about witches. Here's a guy who knows even more about witches.
Yeah, it's really bizarre from a writing point of view, like why you would do that. It just, it kind of reminded me of the whole like shuffling of, I'll go stay in your room and I'll go there one time and then end up here and then we'll never speak of it again.
And then you have to do this thing about the money. Well, okay, it's cost $50 a week, and okay, but now you pay her $50. Okay, great. Now they said you were going to pay me $50. I need that up front. Okay, off screen, I paid you $50. Okay, now here's your $50 back. It's like a lot of shuffling around for that,
For something that, I mean, did her character even appear later in the movie? Like, I feel like I don't even remember seeing
after
her.
Susie gets, sick and stays at the school. I don't think you see Olga again.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
And then at a certain point, you don't see any of the characters because they're all gone. They're like, they went off to go see whatever.
Oh, that's the idea. That's why no one's around.
Yeah. And I guess Susie didn't catch that because she was off talking to the doctor.
Right.
When I guess they decided to do that.
Right. Yeah, because it did seem like totally abandoned, but I thought maybe that was a contrivance. Yeah.
There was no plot here about Helena Marcos needing a new body, right?
Oh, no, I didn't hear it. They were just like, what did they say? We got to kill her because, what was the reason? I forgot already.
She's a bitch.
We got to kill her because she's a bitch.
They said negative energy. They made it seem like her presence was having a deleterious effect.
Yeah, okay. So it's very vague reasons. Certainly
Yeah.
nothing as specific as like somebody needs a new body. They didn't even say Helena Marcos needs a new body. She's
Helena Marcos
okay.
was fine.
I'm fine.
I'm Helena Marcos.
I don't need you. I don't need anyone.
I don't need anyone, see? I mean, I could use a doctor for this deviated septum, but
yeah, the snoring's a little bit of a problem, but
yeah.
you
Yeah,
know.
we need to get rid of that bitch of an American girl. She must vanish, make her disappear, understand? Let's see what else they say.
Are you looking up the lines?
Yeah, they're doing a thing, a little ritual. They said she didn't eat or drink anything this evening, suggesting they were poisoning her or for some reason.
Definitely.
Maybe that's what it was. They were slowly going to kill her that way, but
yeah,
no.
maybe.
Seems like they just decided to do it now. She's got to die.
Yeah, I thought they were just drugging them to make them sleep so they wouldn't like catch on to what they were doing. Like that was my impression.
Yeah, but that's not a long-term solution.
No.
I mean, that is a little bit of a problem that the witches don't have a main goal that's obvious.
Yeah.
But
they're just witches.
I'd rather that than them having a really specific goal that's muddled.
Yeah. That's the vagueness, and in that way, it kind of reminds me of The Shining, where you can infer maybe that they had certain goals, but they don't ever really state that.
Yes, he says the situation can no longer be tolerated. We made a decision. The situation can no longer be tolerated. There's a negative influence. And then they say, they're going to say she's got to go, the bitch of American girl.
Negative influence.
Which makes it seem like Susie has power.
Yeah, it does. Though I feel like they didn't really.
They say,
I feel like the scene with Helena should have confirmed that somehow, but it seemed like she just stabbed her. Like didn't necessarily use any powers.
Or is that why she could see her? That's why Susie could see Helena, because she had some sort of power.
Maybe that's interesting.
Yeah,
I didn't think about that. I wish she had gotten the chance to ask, like, why were you sleeping in the on the other side of the curtain?
Where else was I supposed to sleep? See,
there weren't maggots in here, were there?
You tried to kill me. You tried to kill Helena Marcos. It's like, is that bad? Why are you saying it like it's the worst thing yet? Like, how dare you try to kill Helena Marcos? Don't you know what happened to those who tried to kill me? Abraham Lincoln tried to kill me. See what happened to him? Like, that's what it comes off to me. Like this thing, like I don't know what to call it. Just like I don't know what to call it, but this kind of thing of like daring to try to kill her is this like it's more than just like her own personal well-being at stake. You know what I mean? But it's like this other transgression that's bigger than that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
she's supposed to be super powerful, so I guess maybe she feels sort of godlike or something.
Yeah. That's kind of how it's coming off. Like, you dare to try to to come at me.
A mere American.
A mere American, not even that good of a dancer.
Yeah, I know. Oh, the dancing was so like barely there.
It was 3 scenes.
It was
2
really
were
brief.
dancing.
I love the one that started and it was like, oh look, dancing! Stop! Everybody stop!
Yeah. That's what I was saying about the new one. Like when she goes to audition and she does that little first move with her arm and they do a hard cut. And I was like, yes, please. That's all. It's so good to me to we don't need to see her audition. We know she's gonna pass. So cut through it. But then it was about something else. And then,
of course,
it was her dancing good enough so that Madame Blanc comes to see her,
right,
and all that stuff. But Speaking of the dancing in the new movie, again with that quote from the review where the director's camera sees nothing, like most of the dancing I thought was not shot that interestingly until the final dance at the end. I thought actually did what I expected the movie to do with the dance and choreography, which was to really, really integrate it with the feeling of witches and ritualistic channeling of power.
Yeah.
Like I thought that came through pretty well.
Definitely.
There's one part in the new movie where Susie tells Madame Blanc, like, I think you're when she was trying to get her to jump, and she's like, first of all, the scenes when she was trying to get her to jump, I thought she was gonna fly at a certain point, but they didn't actually do that.
Yeah, me too. Also, why can't she jump? I thought about
because
that later.
She's trying to jump and instead of trying to not leave the ground. I don't know. There's some distinction. But
with her witchy powers, I don't know. I feel like she should have a better job. Anyway,
if she's Suspiria, why is she bad at this?
Yeah,
right?
that's basically what I was asking.
The movie doesn't want you to ask those questions.
Yeah,
and that's why I don't like stories like this. But there was a point in the movie where she tells Blanc, "I think you're wrong. I think she's my character's coming up too high now. She should be low to the ground." And like I thought it was interesting. It was like, oh, Susie's better at this than you, and you should feel threatened. But like she sort of just does. She just like brushes it off, and she's like, "No, you're wrong." Anyway,
yeah.
And it was like it should have been a point of contention, but it just wasn't.
There was an opportunity there, to do some actual drama,
or to be like, she's a threat to me because she realizes something I don't, and it just wasn't like that at all.
Yeah.
The other thing, the whole climax scene at the end, I thought the dancing was pretty good, and then the heads exploding was interesting. It's boring in a way, but it was interesting.
Yeah, we've all seen what do you call it, scanners.
Yeah, right. It was scanners, and it was like probably the least interesting way for a witch to kill someone, but it was interesting just because we hadn't seen anything like that in the movie at that point. But
right, yeah.
Did you happen to see they played a trailer for Gaspar Noé's next movie, Climax? Did you happen to see that trailer?
Yes. Yeah, it played
That's the dance movie I want to see. And from his trailer, I was like, that's what I expected Suspiria to be. Like to capture the fever quality of dance that you can get to, the out-of-body experience of dance. And like that trailer, I was like, oh, he's gonna show it. He's gonna go there because his movies are so visceral. Right. And I'm like, it's the thing I want from this movie. I know I'm gonna get from his movie.
Right. Yeah.
But I thought that was interesting. Another weird dance movie.
Yeah. It was strange. It seemed like they maybe targeted that. If you like weird dance movies,
here's another weird dance movie. But I'm like, I'll totally see this, and it'll be so much more interesting because it won't be stupid and boring. It's gonna be weird and interesting and deep and visceral and like, and it's gonna have interesting dance that communicates something because Gaspar Noé knows how to direct and capture things. Yeah. All right. Well, we did it.
We made it to the end.
You see. Trying to see what else.
Watching it in one like sitting like that definitely drives home like how it's very economical in a way. Like there is like some extra business that like I don't know why they bothered with, but once it gets going, it kind of gets what it wants to get done pretty quickly and only shows things that matter. The classic like horror sequences, it's just it's got a certain quality and especially atmosphere and the kind of a patience that is pretty much lacking from all things made these days, but especially in horror because I feel like it serves horror really well. to be willing to do that stuff. And there were multiple sequences that were very drawn out, from that first big murder, to that whole thing at the end where she's just walking down the hallway for what seemed like forever.
Yeah.
But it really builds the tension to get to the end there. And she just walks through the door and sees the meeting. It's boring.
Yep.
Like that's, like, oh, okay. Like, no, like linger on it. That's actually where the good part is. The end point is
her slow
perfunctory in a way.
Yeah, she's descending towards the truth of the matter, and
exactly.
Yeah.
Savor that, because that's really where to me, like the great part happens.
It's all about the suspense. It's not about the actual endpoint.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's why, in most horror movies, the killer comes at you slowly. It's not necessarily realistic, but they stalk because it's prolonging the suspense,
Right. Yeah.
They'll get you eventually.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think I already knew it was the case, but watching it again in detail, I really appreciate that. The visual style is really, really impressive.
Really impressive.
So many great ideas for shots, and the sets were incredible. The lighting was incredible. It was like, I
mean, hey, you got to make a pretty damn good movie to influence David Lynch, right?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, he would see that and be like, that's great stuff.
That's great stuff. I'm going to steal it all.
And like use it in a slightly different way, but definitely, I thought there was like a sort of a vague connection, but definitely when you look at the story, it doesn't seem like a David Lynch thing, but when you look at the visuals, it's like really heavy.
Yeah.
Like, damn. I couldn't believe even Blue Velvet shows up.
Blue Velvet shows up. Yep.
Like, holy shit. Like, literally, that's what this is now.
Yeah. Yep. It wasn't like, oh, there's blue walls. It's like, no, this is literal Blue Velvet.
Yeah. Like, that's actually the visual.
Yep.
From the movie.
Yep.
That was like, I don't know, like 8 years later or so. So I think and the music was very good too, which I think is a huge component for horror. Like, even more important, I think it's a big deal in all movies, but when you want to build atmosphere, it's a huge component. And I think they did a really good job with like a variety of types of horror music.
Yeah. The only thing I think you could say that's not great about the movie, like the acting is not great, but to me, this isn't the kind of movie that needs great acting. Because it's a fairy tale fantasy. It's okay if it's melodramatic and not like super grounded and all that. And it's a foreign film and all that stuff too.
Right. And they're speaking like differently. It's like awkward in so many ways.
There's a lot of little things.
In a way, it reminds me of Mulholland Drive as well. Like the first part, that like kind of sort of over the top, like stilted style. Like it has an interesting effect. Like, even though it feels artificial, there is something about it that works for this kind of story. I think that it really doesn't bother me, but I agree it's not like it's not like the greatest acting I've ever seen. But I do feel like the actors had, like, at least the main ones, like, had pretty good screen presences, even if they didn't necessarily have great like line readings.
I agree. They looked cool and interesting on screen. They embodied the character. They communicated authentically what was happening in the scenes to me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And that's really a big deal for horror, more so than the kind of more expositional scenes or just casual dialogue or whatever.
Yeah.
Because I think about like Shelley Duvall at the end of The Shining. Like, I think that in that scene when Jack Nicholson comes through the bathroom with the axe, the bathroom door, like the scream of terror that she does in that scene is probably like the best version of that I've ever seen. And I think it just adds a lot to it, because you realize that like most versions of this scene you've seen before are just like way toned down from what it really should be, you know. Just to say that the way that characters react to things, like, it really helps sell how a scene works.
Yeah.
You know, and I think they definitely had that going for them, as well as just some actors with these like faces, you know. It's like great faces that conveyed a lot, you know, without having to do a ton of dialogue.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in that way, the actors are great.
Exactly. Yeah, I guess that's what I was saying. Like, because the line readings are awkward, but it's if you watch any of the giallos, even the ones where, although it's harder to read, of course, if they're not speaking English, but even the ones where they're speaking Italian, there always is a stilted quality. I feel like part of it is also the ADR, you know, because it doesn't quite match up with what they're saying. And I think when you record it in a room, there's always a different quality than when you just record the sound on the set.
Yeah.
You know, I think back to like the Lost thing, like Charles Whitmore, like it always just sounds like awkward when you ADR things to me.
Yeah.
And when you ADR the whole movie, it's like, I don't know, I feel like it's guaranteed to be a bit stilted. And I feel like that's part of the problem with Helen Marcos at the end. It's like sitting in a room, like that probably sounded great. But it's like you put it in the movie and it just seems like over the top and weirdly theatrical. You know, like she's doing a radio play or something. You know, which I feel like recording ADR sort of feels like that.
Yeah.
So it just makes you go bigger than you should.
Yeah, I was just looking up this thing with Mulholland Drive and Coco, you know, played by Ann Miller, and she reminds me of Madame LeBlanc in this movie. They look very similar, and Ann Miller being a famous dancer. I wonder if that's another Lynch influence here of like, well, I'll cast her. She's a famous dancer. And...
yeah, and she always seems sinister, though, in Mulholland Drive. I don't... Oh, no, wait, what was the thing it turned out? She was what's his name's mother, right? That was the big thing. Right. Okay. So there was a secret about her, but she wasn't like evil.
Yeah. No, she wasn't evil.
It was just weird when that like creepy psychic lady came by and
Louise,
yeah, like, who's this? And like, oh, you go back to your room.
Don't mind her. She's just telling the truth of your reality. Yeah. It's interesting. I'm looking at a picture of Blanc and Louise. They're both wearing black dresses with long sleeves. These kind of earrings. Their hair is very similar, and like this long necklace around their necks. So it's pretty close. It's pretty close.
Yeah. And there's definitely a similar quality to, you know, she arrives at this new place, and that's where she's going to sleep, and it's someone sort of showing her around, telling her about the place, you know.
Yeah, it's very similar. And then apparently her last name is Lenoir or something.
Oh, yeah.
L-Y-X, which means the nut.
Yes.
So there's another French thing, French last names.
Oh, man.
Yep.
It's getting too much.
He's not hiding it that well. That's the difference between homage and theft, right? Is if you hide it completely, you're stealing. But if you show it a little bit, it's an homage.
Yeah, wow. Even at Mulholland Drive point, that's crazy.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, cool. Anything else on Suspiria?
No, I mean, I think that's it, but I agree that it kind of confirmed more or less what I thought after seeing
Mhm.
Thing, and it kind of reminded me of really specifically like why did I enjoy this one more?
Mhm.
It was really clear on so many levels, and it's like what do you want out of a movie, and
Mhm.
just kind of the basics of how movies are supposed to work.
Yeah,
Like I think
particularly
part of it's
horror.
taste, and part of it is yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah.
horror has conventions for a reason, and there's a reason
Yep.
that like they cut out the boring parts of
Yep.
like the witches having politics. Like it's
God,
it's
that was
not interesting to
so
watch.
obnoxious in the new movie. Even when they
It's
first
so
were
bad.
talking about it, I'm like, who are they voting? Why are they voting?
Yeah.
Why is this a democracy with a witch coven? Like this
Yeah.
is really strange.
Yeah. It's like,
And
oh,
yeah, that
that's
could be interesting, but that's not what this. But they didn't do the work to make it interesting, right?
yeah. Yeah, they just kind of show it, and it just comes across as kind of a bit boring. Like it makes
Hmm.
the witches seem less mysterious
Yep.
and less interesting, and that's not a good thing to
Which is
do.
it's such a strong tendency. You see that a lot in remakes and
Yeah.
things where people have they want to like, oh, I want to like take this trope and really ground it in reality, which makes it boring.
Yeah.
Like that's why
Yeah,
it's not grounded in reality, so it can be interesting.
definitely. Yeah. Yeah. It's there's definitely too much obsession with like that realism. It's in horror like it's a killer like
Yeah.
realism is not the cornerstone of how horror works like at
Nope.
all. It's sort of the whole thing. It's like it's about fear of the unknown, and that's not going to take a realistic form.
Mm-hmm. It can. It just won't necessarily be as scary as the other version.
Yeah.
You can have a horror that's about a serial killer who's doing very
Right.
normal things and has very normal capabilities and everything.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily going to be as interesting as something more psychological and supernatural. And
Yeah.
different people want different things.
Right.
What
Right.
did you think about the music in the new movie? Since Tom York did all the music, what did you
Yeah,
think?
I I saw the credit and I was like, "Oh, that's good. Maybe it'll be like kind of interesting."
Mm-hmm.
But I have to be honest, I didn't even notice it
Mm-hmm.
past the first scene where it was like, "Oh, that's clearly Tom York singing. I know what
Yeah,
his voice sounds like."
yeah,
I barely paid attention to it, which I think means it was okay. I didn't notice that it was bad, but in this
yeah.
it stood out so much.
This
I
music stood
couldn't
out. Yeah,
ignore it. It was
every
like
music
there
cue in this movie you catch and you hear.
in my
Yeah, I
face.
agree. It was too ethereal in the new movie. I think there were times when I did pay attention and I thought it was interesting, but nothing was really explicitly good. Like some of the music in the excuse me, like some of the music in the original to me is
Yeah,
just explicitly good horror music. Like the
yeah,
main theme is just really good.
definitely.
It's not like, oh, it fits and it's fine. It's like,
Yeah,
no, it stands out. And when it's playing, it's adding something.
yeah. Huge element of the movie. Like
Hmm.
it wouldn't be the same without it. And I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I would have to listen to it carefully to really have a good opinion about it. But if I didn't notice it at all, like I feel like
Yeah.
it couldn't have been that important. Like I feel like probably any suitably ethereal music,
Hmm. Yeah.
would have served. And that's how I feel about a lot of music and movies these days. It's just like functional,
Hmm.
but not necessarily adding anything.
Yeah. I think you could swap. This would be an interesting test is swap the music from different movies and see if it makes any difference.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you could just swap any action movie and swap the music, and it wouldn't make any difference.
Right? Yeah. Definitely. What
Even
you're
in
saying.
the horror
yeah.
movies, like just swap the music and see if, because you can put Halloween music in something else. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like
Yeah.
it would carry over Halloween. You
Exactly.
Know? So yeah, it's so weird.
It's a unit. Same thing with this. Like this, I feel like this music would be weird outside of the context of this movie.
Yep.
It seems to go so well with it that separating it would be weird, and that's just a good composition if you can manage to do that. Definitely, the Halloween is a great example of that. And it's just like everyone remaking it has to reuse it because you're not going to beat that.
No.
You know, so all you can do is just kind of like do a variation or do an update or whatever, but every single version will go back to that theme at some point.
Yep.
Because it's like whatever you do is just not going to work as well. And yeah, that's definitely how I feel about most of the, especially horror, like newer horror movies. Aside from just being way too fast paced and not scary, yeah, the music just seems very mediocre. Like someone who knows like how music works, like, and like how horror music is supposed to work in some sort of abstract sense, like here's what it's supposed to do, and you know, here's a thing that technically does that, but it just seems very like, yeah, interchangeable. Like you could just take like 10 popular horror movies from the last 5 years and just kind of rearrange, and it would be about as good.
Yeah,
you know, it's like, yeah, it's spooky or whatever, but make it interesting. I don't know, the sounds are so weird in this movie. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, the chimes and bells.
Chimes are great. Like, yeah. The size, if you will.
It's a whole conceived product. You know, from the visual design to the sound design to the story, it's all in service of each other. And I feel like, the new movie and most movies are these separate pieces that they throw together, and one doesn't bring or uplift the other, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Just these discrete entities. Yeah, I really like the music in There Will Be Blood, which was Johnny Greenwood, I believe.
Yeah.
I think that's the last score I can think of that I thought was really great. It's like kind of a long time ago now.
Yeah.
But I do think that was actually really good, and really enhanced the movie.
One of the last ones that really hit me was Inception. The main Inception thing, I think, is really good. But besides that,
is that Hans Zimmer?
Yeah. Good old Hans.
Yeah.
The German John Williams.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go out on a limb. I'm sorry to anyone who's like a big fan. I am just not a fan of John Williams. Maybe it's just me. I do. Here's the thing. I think it's connected with the fact that I'm not a fan of Steven Spielberg. Like, I can watch his movies and listen to John Williams' score and say like, yes, that is correct. Like you have done the movie correctly. But it just does nothing for me. It just feels very like, I don't know, like, what's the word?
Like bland.
Yeah. There's a sort of blandness. Like, here is the canonical way to.
It's like score by numbers or something.
Do a sequence like this. Yeah, exactly. Like you're ticking all the boxes. You're doing everything right.
Yeah.
And it's like A+, you can nail that every time, but I don't want to listen to it. I don't know. To me, it just feels a bit lifeless, and I'm just not interested in the movies or the subject matter or whatever. Like it's just kind of generic to me. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just not a fan of John Williams. Even Jaws. Well, yeah, Jaws is probably Jaws is probably my favorite, but yeah, I would even say Jaws compared to other like, if you want to call it a horror movie, like scores, like yeah, no, not as memorable to me.
Yeah,
it's like it's fine, but it's like yeah, compared to like Psycho or something, it's I don't know.
I give him props for Star Wars. I think that's pretty good, and the music in Jurassic Park I really liked.
It would probably help if I liked Star Wars better. I admit that the themes are memorable. I will not deny that.
Yeah. Overall, I agree with you though. It doesn't hit me this like it doesn't haunt me. It doesn't move me in a way, but it's very again, there's a thing with just film scoring where there's a way you do it, and a lot of people can do it very well. And it's all indistinguishable from each other because part of it is a lot of depending on the genre, they use the same instruments, so a lot of the music sounds the same.
Right.
And there's a sound to an adventure film, and there's a sound to an action film, and there's a sound to all these films, and you're using the same instrument and you're trying to hit the same sounds. So it comes off sounding very, very similar. And I think unless you're literally a music aficionado or a composer or whatever, and you can like really pinpoint the differences, I feel like to most people, you play them the same, different composers in the same genre, and they couldn't tell you who was who.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Or maybe even the time period, like, oh, this is an action film from the 80s versus this is an action, maybe one has synth or whatever, but like
right.
Still, there's just this homogeny to it that I don't quite understand because music in general is so varied and specific. But when it comes to film score, it gets very narrow in what it is doing for some reason.
That's true. Yeah. There's just sort of a playbook for how you're supposed to do certain kinds of scenes and certain kinds of movies. And people learn that and they just, churn that out. And that's kind of all you get over and over again. And so just, it stands out when people don't follow that playbook, which like this movie was a good example of that. It's definitely not standard stuff you hear all the time. Which is great, and still like memorable. I think another thing that I think can be really effective is what Kubrick does, which is like choosing old classical pieces and making them fit, with like certain images. I mean, definitely like the 2001 thing. Like, I mean that that had been around for 100 years or more. When he used it, but to me he made it like it's hard for me to imagine that piece without thinking of 2001. I think that can work. It's kind of interesting to like decontextualize something and reuse it, and I guess you can also do that with like pop music. I've seen that done pretty well as well. It's just it's nice to have a bit of variety in how things are done.
Yeah, I agree. All right, well, thanks for joining our Suspiria podcast. You couldn't have imagined we were going to do one of these
Who knew?
this year. Yeah,
I wasn't expecting it.
Yeah,
I'm surprised they remade it.
Yeah. Well, did
honestly? Yeah, well, I'm surprised they even pretended like they remade
it. Well, I really want to see the next two movies in the Argento trilogy, The Three Mothers. So I want to see Inferno and Mother of Tears. And I am adjusting my expectations that they won't be possibly anything like Suspiria. But I'm curious at just how the idea of the trilogy of these three witches sort of works out into their own stories and that kind of thing. And I'm curious to see, how his style changes over the course of those films. And
that's a huge period.
Yeah,
I think Inferno was within like 3 or 4 years, but
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, The Mother of Tears came out in like 2007 or something. It was
Yeah, that's the one I'm
ago.
expecting to be the worst.
Yeah, it probably will be the worst. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a safe bet.
But I wonder if if they would try to remake any more of his movies if this movie does well. I think the dance was such a big element of remaking this movie, so I don't know if the other movies
Right.
have anything like that would be sort of a hook, you know?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I don't really know anything about the other movies. I haven't seen them. I just kind of know that they exist.
Yeah,
I've seen
same
some
here.
other Argento movies, but earlier ones from the 70s. I did see one from the 80s, but not from the trilogy. It's Tenebrae, something like that. I don't know how to say it. Anyway, it's his version of like Scream or Wes Craven's New Nightmare or Cabin in the Woods or something. It's like this weird self-referential meta thing. It's kind of an interesting movie. I think it's not remotely as effective or interesting as what we just watched. I'm really realizing that now. But anyway, that one from the 80s, it was the story was interesting more so than like the style was in that case.
Okay.
I think the style from the earlier 70s movies is better in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it somehow got boring and bland in the 80s. I don't know. It's just like very like harsh like lighting and just kind of normal things.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, like everything became a bit more generic, which I guess
happened. Yeah, I don't know.
That happens sometimes. It's just like, as I made more movies, I thought I should just start making them like everybody else does.
Yeah, I guess so. Why do all this work?
It's like, yeah, it's a lot of work to do.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, definitely the early ones from the 70s are like pretty interesting. I think none of them quite has that Suspiria thing of the supernatural element, and like the visual style is just really over the top, like impressive in a way that the other ones don't really do. But if you enjoy this movie, they're probably worth checking out. At least some of them.
Thanks. Cool. Well, until next time, whatever we'll be back with, it'll be something.
Yeah, we'll be back eventually.
Yeah. All right. I don't think we have a sign off. So
right. We always talk about that. Yeah. So bye.